Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've flown back into the seat. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and our coverage of the 2024 IPL. We will be negotiating the choppy waters of 2020 cricket. We will see who sinks and who swims. We will be seeing who is safely on the lifeboat and who is not going to be allowed onto the floating door, even though there's clearly enough room for them. So joining me today for this Titanic clash, that's Titanic, I get it?
Yeah.
He's not the king of the world, but he is the joint king of guerrilla cricket, and as soon as he gets his headphones on, it will be Nigel the Bear Walker.
Good afternoon. Glad to be back.
Glad to be back. And also with us today is 1/3 of the cricket podcast. It's Jack Hope. Jack, draw me like one of your French girls.
Isn't it? It's not Titanic anniversary yet, isn't it? I think the 15th of April. Not to rearrange the deck chairs on this.
On the ship. Metaphorical Titanic. No. No, I just picked it out randomly. Jack, how are you doing anyway?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, Andy. Thanks very much. Good to be here.
We all went through we had to go through the pirate-infested waters of South London to get here, and through some pretty rough weather, but we made it today for this match between the Rajasthan Royals and the Delhi Capitals. Both of those teams have started as expected. Rajasthan Royals, Bear, won their first game. They were your pick. in our pre-season chat, and they're shaping up okay.
Yeah, well, one game does not. Yeah, as obviously
No.
does not an IPL make, I would say. But yeah, I just like the top order. I think that they've certainly got a lot of runs in them potentially. I guess it's whether their bowling holds up. But yeah, with that batting order, I kind of think that there's potential there to go all the way, really.
Absolutely. And Jack, at the other end of the spectrum, the Delhi Capitals.
The Delhi Crapitals,
Crapitals.
as you might want to call them. Yeah, they're awful, is probably the word. It's a story that probably begins off the field with Delhi, in that they've not actually selected a particularly good squad for the IPL, which is quite difficult to do when you consider you've got £10 million.
Yep.
Plus,
but then you give it to
play
Ricky
with.
Ponting.
Yeah, maybe giving £10 million to a man named Punter is not or nicknamed Punter is not the way forward. And they've got, they were a bit of a mess. I think it's fair to say against Punjab in the first match. They played 4 overseas batters. Mitch Marsh bowled 4 overs. I mean, he doesn't bowl 4 overs in a lot of Test innings. So for him to get 4 in a T20 is kind of bonkers.
And he's batting 3. It seems a bit much, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then they've got an ageing Dave Warner opening up as well. It's all a bit of a mess. However, bright sparks. Rishabh Pant is back, and we all like seeing Rishabh Pant back. He looked a bit scratchy in the first game. Hopefully, over the tournament, we see him pick it up.
Has he got proper movement? I didn't see it.
He looked all right behind the stumps.
Okay.
He looked pretty bad with the bat, I would say. But he often does. Even when he was fit, Pant occasionally just looked like he couldn't play cricket, and then would start launching sixes. So I don't want to write him off. And if he gets going, like the rest of it might fall into place. Sometimes you see that with these teams.
Yes.
Well, look, any game of T20 cricket, unless it's a completely uncompetitive league, it's no better than 65-35, even when top's playing bottom, is it?
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny you say that. We might be seeing the biggest skill differential on show today. I mean, like certainly from the first round of fixtures, Rajasthan were one of the picks in terms of competency and talent. There were some incompetent teams with good talent, and there were some competent teams with bad talent. But Rajasthan sort of had both sides of that put together. Delhi, very much the other end of the spectrum. I think you said, Andy, incompetent and bad.
Yeah. So, Bear, can you bring up the Rajasthan team there? In fact,
Yes,
there
that's
it
what
is.
I've just brought up.
Yep.
So I was just wondering because
Yep.
the squads.
If you can run us through that for us.
Well, we got the Jazwell is at number 1 with Jos Buttler at number 2. Sanju Sampson skippering at number 3, Ryan Parag at 4, Hetmar at 5, Dhruv Jurel 6, Ashwin at 7. I guess the batting, Ashwin's all right, but I suppose you don't need to really bat beyond 6.
Look, T20 at 7 isn't going to face too many balls.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. I mean, this is it. Trent Bolt is at 8. It tells you something. Avesh Khan is at 9, Sandeep Sharma is 10, and Yuzvendra Chahal is at 11.
Now, don't forget the impact subs. What do you think of the impact sub rule, Bear?
Oh, fuck me, you heard me. I think it's bollocks. Absolute fucking bollocks. How can you be fucking out and substituted? That is nonsense. I don't mind if you sub someone who hasn't come to the crease yet, but the fact that you can fucking score 50, get out, and then be substituted for a new player is fucking absurd. But in my view, I think it's just absurd.
It makes it a 12-a-side game, really, doesn't it?
That's exactly what it does, and it really devalues those kind of bits and pieces all round us that used to be or are a feature of most T20 leagues. It's really, really common to see a number 7 who can do a bit of this and a bit of that. Those guys are history,
like
almost in the
poor
IPL.
old David Visa, for example.
Yeah, great example, David Visa, and he was picked up by KKR last year, but they couldn't really find a role for him. I think he played 1 game or 2 games, something like that. There's a few others though in the league, and there are a few that have sort of adapted what they used to do, and have decided to, I guess, prioritise. Yeah, Washington Sundar might be an example from the domestic talent of a player who used to have value in that he could bat and bowl, and now there's a better bowler and a better batter, so he's bench fodder. Not featuring in this match, but just to pluck a name out of the air.
It's maybe bailed out some franchises who didn't have a good balance.
It could be said that that's true, and I think Rajasthan might be one of the beneficiaries of that. So 2 years ago, just after the mega auction, it was kind of funny watching them because they batted to Shimmer and Hetmeyer at 5, and then that was sort of it.
Yeah.
Now that isn't so much of a problem. They can shift people around, substitute someone out that has batted, and bring in a specialist number 7, or whatever they want to do. And that weakness in their team is gone, and consequently they look like a pretty formidable unit, albeit that they didn't actually qualify for the playoffs last year, so maybe we should temper our excitement slightly.
Yeah, so look at this. I mean, yeah, impact sub. It's not a bad impact sub to have, is it? Rovman Powell, if you want an extra batsman. Well, let's just bring Rovman on, shall we, for 6 overs? Who else have they got? Nandre Berge, he's a bit of a tonker. Tanis Kotiant, never heard of him, so I don't know anything about him. Shivam Dubé's not bad, is he?
No, it's the other Dubé.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay, that's Shivam, isn't it? Yeah. And Kuldeep Sen, who I don't know fuck all about either.
Bowler.
But, yeah, I'd have a couple of those coming into bat instead of...
Well, you are only allowed one.
You are instead of one, but I guess what? So you're batting. So you when you bring them in, so yeah, so you're having a bit of a shocker. Then I suppose who do you get rid of though?
Well, you kind of get rid of whoever you want.
Yeah, someone who's already batted.
Somebody who's already batted,
Yeah.
Of course. That's
So
it. That's the stupidity of it.
Probably you have to make a substitution for an overseas player. If you bring in an overseas player, it has to be a switcheroo like that. So, what do we have? Rajasthan have got Butler, Hetmeyer, and Trent Bolt in the team. If they bowl first, which I'm not sure, I've not seen the toss yet, then Trent Bolt is the obvious substitution. If they bat first, then it will be, I guess, Hetmeyer or Butler that come out for whoever they need.
Yeah.
Delhi have chosen to field, so Rajasthan Royals are going to bat first.
Cool.
So, yeah, what is the Delhi team, Jack?
I can run through that really quickly. We're not really sure which order they'll bat in. That's one of the things with the IPL, and particularly the slightly disorganised teams like Delhi. They've listed their card as Mitch Marsh, Dave Warner, Ricky Boy, Rishabh Pant, Tristan Stubbs in for his first game, I think. I don't know if
No, I think he played. I think he did.
I think he did. I think he did all right.
Shai Hope's out. That's what you need to know. Akshay Patel, Sumit Kumar, Kuldeep Yadav, Anrik Norkia, who missed the first game for the birth of his child, but is an A-list player. So if you're a Delhi fan, there's a little bit of hope there. Khalil Ahmed and Mukesh Kumar, who we saw in the Test series. And I believe he did not feature in the first match. I haven't got the impact subs up here because I've just googled it and they don't show them.
Impact
So
subs
if
come up
someone
here.
has,
Well, one of them was Abhishek Parel, who was the impact sub in the first game and scored like 30 off 8 or something.
Yeah,
so he
yeah.
did make an impact.
And they did exactly what Bear was saying then. Although the guy who they subbed out didn't get 50 and then get subbed out, he got 6
I didn't realise you were coming in.
and then was subbed out. It was what you're talking about, Bear. A guy who was out, subbed out for a new batter who came in at 7 and then got 30 off 8 balls.
It just for me that just feels wrong,
Yeah, I can see.
It's not like once you're out, you're not a live part of the game. You're a dead part of the game, and you shouldn't be able to be subbed if you're effectively a dead part of
Or
the
indeed,
game.
if you've bowled 4 overs.
Yes, exactly. That just feels wrong. I mean,
Anyway, if we go,
The funny part of it though is that it more or less guarantees that India are going to develop no premier all-rounders for the foreseeable future.
Yeah,
So,
marvellous. So in a World Cup
could have hilarious repercussions on the international team.
short-term thinking holds back the Indian international team. Well, what will happen next? Right, if we do want to quickly look back on the first week we've had, we want to do an IPL heaven and an IPL hell. So we're going to start off with one each for IPL heaven. Bear, do you want to go first?
Well, I'm going an obvious one because you guys have watched more than me, but I'm going to go Virat Kohli back after 2 months out after a troublesome birth for a kid, which we're all happy that went well. Missed the Test series, comes back. It's got what, he got 77 or 40 odd, didn't he, in the first game?
49, yeah.
And guided them to victory pretty much, didn't he? So, welcome back, Virat. That makes life slightly better for the IPL, I imagine.
Well, they want Virat scoring runs just to
yeah.
keep everybody going. Yeah.
IPL heaven, yesterday's game, over 530 runs, I think,
Mad.
in the end. Absolutely bonkers. If you wanted to, crown an Angel Gabriel of the whole thing, then maybe Heinrich Klaasen's performances in his 2 matches have been out of this world.
Yes, 63 off 29 and 80 off 34. And if you hadn't picked him, I would have picked him, and I would have gone one higher. I would have put him on the throne. Take a hike, God. Heinrich Klaasen's running the show now.
Well, I mean, we saw what he could do in that bloody World Cup innings against England and the ODI.
He just seems to have no weaknesses.
He's a genius. There's no other way to put it.
And he's big and he's strong.
Yeah.
The question for Sunrise is, he's working so well at 5, but do you want to push him up and get him more balls?
No, I think you keep him where he is because he just scares the other team so much. I mean, like yesterday we saw Mumbai make all sorts of strategic blunders to try and preserve good bowling for when
Well,
Clarkson came
he was in their heads. Yeah.
So I think just the presence of him coming in at some point is enough to make other teams go completely
Absolutely.
batshit.
And my choice is Rachin Ravindra, who wasn't expected to do brilliantly straight away. You know, obviously had a brilliant 50 over World Cup. That doesn't always translate. He's not been special in domestic T20, but he's come straight into CSK. Hasn't got 50, but he's got 37 off 15 and 46 off 20 in 2 wins for CSK, and looks like they've got a new hero. Okay, well, we can take you to heaven, but we can send you to hell. So for IPL hell, Jack, who have you got?
I feel really sorry for Mapaka.
I think we're all going to go for him.
We're all going for him.
The 17-year-old overseas bowler from Mumbai who lit up the Under-19s World Cup. I think he'd played like 4 or 5 South African T20 matches, not in the SA20, in their lower tier competition, like the equivalent of their Blast. And done okay, picked up for Mumbai, opened the bowling for them. They bowled his full allocation and went for, I think it was 66 runs.
They threw him to the Lions, didn't they?
Which is, I think, the 7th most in IPL history.
Exactly.
Really sad.
The Bear reckons he can go for under 66 in an IPL game.
I mean, it's not impossible that that's true. Oh, you've made some big claims. But that
I think that one I could do.
Felt really sorry for him. I mean, it's not his fault that happened.
No, he doesn't deserve to be in hell like a lot of people, but he was thrown there anyway.
Yeah. That's bad selection.
Bear?
Well, he was my choice.
Well, okay. Do you want to do? I'll give you 2 of my other choices. You can do Hardik Pandya or Mitchell Starc.
Well, Hardik Pandya, yeah, he went to hell, doesn't he? He's changed teams and they got battered.
Well, not just that. He got a lot of criticism for his captaincy yesterday. It was funny. Rohit's obviously been captaining the team for years, and I've been there. You can be a bit miffed when the captaincy's taken away, but then when you're being bashed for 270, you're thinking, best off out of this.
Exactly. Not my fault. Wasn't my decision.
But Hardik, also, they should have won the first game, really, shouldn't they? They needed 40 or 5 overs or something. But being Mumbai, and I heard on your podcast, they've lost the opening game 10 years in a row.
I think this was the 11th year in a row or something like that. It was
so that's just a bit of a gimme. But then they went for 270 yesterday. They made a decent fist of it, to be fair. 246. I think we haven't really got time to go on to it, but I think I did hear you say he was like laughing in the last over and
yeah, but I think it was one of those things where probably it was his coping mechanism.
Possibly, yes. Possibly.
Laughing or crying were the 2 things that you could do.
It's a T20 game in the IPL.
And that's true as well. I mean, like a lot of these guys, they played so many T20s. They've seen it all in a sense.
And you get used to losing.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll do mine very quickly. It's the most expensive player in IPL history, Mitchell Starc, who in his first game after being awarded that title, bowled 4 overs, none for 53. He got classened.
He did. I thought he didn't bowl that badly. He was just getting absolutely tonked by the South African Supremo.
So I'm sure it'll get better for him. I still think he's an odd pick for most expensive player ever.
Well, he just weirdly, he got picked off the back of an ODI World Cup, didn't he?
Well, a lot of people did. Well, the players are coming out. Tony's here as well. Hello, Tony. He looks like he's about to impart some wisdom. Yes.
Oh right, okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I know I'm going to be. What am I, ball by ball to start with?
Did I get substituted?
I think you've been impact subbed out.
I was nearly not going to.
No. You are on the first one, I think.
Maybe I'm out. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh no, maybe you're on the preamble.
I can get up a couple of revisions for Thursday. I've got intro 1 to 5. Andy, Tony, and Indo. Have I got a completely wrong thing here?
No, that was the preamble, Tony.
Okay, that's.
Okay, can we find an Indo?
Well, an Indo's not here. Do you want to come in here then? And then if an Indo turns up, Jack can.
Yeah, I'll drop out. Then I can just walk straight out the corner. I've got the easy exit.
So you come in here, Tone. By the way, we're playing match bingo. You might see.
Let's come on to that because we're just about to play the first ball.
Super chats you've missed too.
Yeah, we'll catch up with all of that.
I'll sit here until an Indo turns up and then I can walk on,
So we'll also have some jingles in a second. As we did touch on, Delhi Capitals have elected to field, and here comes the first bowler to bowl the first ball to the first batsman. Bear steps right in front of me, and as point, I'm not sure if he dropped it. I don't think he
it was on
did.
the bounce,
It's on the
yeah.
bounce,
It was
yeah.
like a nice punch shot, and fielded a couple.
I think you know who's opening for Rajasthan anyway, so I can spoil that. It's Jaiswal up first and Joss Butler at the non-striker's end.
Pretty scary combination of players to come up
Yeah,
against.
what a
I mean,
test series Jaiswal had.
Yeah, Jaiswal would be my tip for most runs in the tournament. I think there's basically nothing he can't do, and Butler would be in the mix as well. So good luck, Delhi.
Yes, yes. The man who's been entrusted with the ball and given that good luck message is Khalil Ahmed, and he seems to have a pretty standard field, but I think the fielders know how hard these batsmen hit the ball, and they're kind of hogging the edge of the circle already.
Yeah, we after one ball we have got a delay for some reason. You can see Jaiswal sort of looking off into the
We've
middle.
had one whole ball, so it's an IPL delay, yeah.
Not really clear what it is. We're just getting shots of Jaiswal stretching his neck and puckering his lips.
Doing all those things batsmen do to try to loosen themselves up.
What, lip puckering?
Not lip puckering so much, unless you want to blow the fielder blow the bowler a kiss to annoy him.
We've seen a few of those, haven't we? Kiss send-offs.
There have been a few, yeah. I think that the send-off is weak. I don't mind sledging too much because the batsman can answer back by smashing you, but a send-off after the guy's out.
I quite like the point to the dressing room. I've got time for the point to the dressing room. Or the Kagiso Rabada scream, which isn't really directed at the batter, but you know, it lets you know he's emotionally in the game.
Well, yeah, an interminable delay for this second ball. We don't know why. It's just IPL. We can admire Anrich Nortje's fearsome moustache. Can't wait to see that in person. But he looks very fulsome.
First game of the season for him, isn't it? He's back in. He wasn't available for the first game.
On his little cigarette card, we would used to say in our day, Tony. I'm sure they don't have
They do
those.
look like cigarette. Yes, they do look like cigarette cards. You're absolutely right. Fraser McGurk, he's a hitter of some renown, isn't he? Or that's what he's in for.
He's the kid from Australia. I think he's got
That's
the
the one.
fastest ever List A century. 29 balls or 27 balls, something mad like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
For whichever his Australian state team is. Everyone says that he's the next big thing in cricket in general. Ponting wanted him fast-tracked into the test team, didn't he?
Well, it's obviously a Ponting pick because they picked him to replace Ngidi when you kind of thought maybe you needed a bowler.
Yeah, that was a little bit mystifying. I'm looking for. Hopefully, he gets a couple of games. I'm not sure. I know he's been named on the bench here, but I'm not sure that they'll find a way to get him in. Looking at their other options, we will see.
Opening the batting in club cricket, I've had many occasions where I've had to hang around interminably waiting for the first ball while the scorer finds a pen or the frigging second square leg umpire shambles his way out. But I've never had this kind of wait for the second ball.
Yeah, I've no idea what's happening here.
Here he comes anyway, Khalil Ahmed, left arm over, it's short-ish, it's flashed up in the air, it's not gone very far. Oh, it just loops over mid-off. A very unconvincing shot. Tristan Stubbs couldn't quite get there. And Jaiswal, perhaps disconcerted, maybe we're creating narrative here, but perhaps disconcerted by that delay, tried a very ambitious shot at the back of a length ball.
It was actually quite unlike Jaiswal. Normally it's quite clear what he's trying to do. That time he looked like a village cricketer. Not too convincing. He's out-caught a lot. Basically only out-caught in T20 cricket. So
It is the most common form of dismissal, but
yeah. But he's even more caught than a normal player.
he would argue I'm never bowled or LBW. Is probably how he would say
yeah,
it.
that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he gets a run.
You know Joss Butler's last 4 scores in the IPL, if you count last season and this season?
Are they really bad?
0, 0, 0, 11.
Okay, well he's heading in the right direction then.
Well, exactly. The 11 at least is moving in the right direction. We seem to be having all sorts of coverage issues
Choppy
here.
pictures, but we're going to get it back. He's going to face his first ball now to Khalil. A slip and a gully, but it's on leg stump. He taps into the leg side. There won't be a run. Tony, it was all a bit rushed at the start there, so what else have you got for us?
Well, we have super chats for a start. Stephen Kelk has kindly said, because the bear asked so sweetly, that must be a different bear. Have we got a different bear in today? Sagir Parker, another super chat. Good to see GC entering the GCL commentary fray. Sorry, the IPL commentary fray.
And great to see Jack on the show too. Great work, guys. There you are.
Here comes Khalil again. It's Fuller, and it's ticked around the corner by Butler, but I think he got a bit of pad on it. He didn't really get clean face of the bat. They will get back for 2, but I think he was hoping to just glance that one for 4.
Didn't expect you guys to come back into my screen so soon, said Kieran Roseblade. Great to have you all back, even if it is the IPL. Well, don't say that. Sergei Park had said, gents, can someone give Jack something to calm down? That foot of his is going faster than Mark Wood.
I used to do that. I still do it a bit, but I was terrible for a nervous foot. Yeah.
Nervous foot.
Yeah.
Is that like a relation of trench foot?
I think so. Khalil comes in again. It's full, it's driven. It again hasn't got all of it, Butler, and it just mid-offs across, and they'll get a single.
Quick hello from Brian in Brisbane too. Afternoon from pissing rain and freezing Northampton. I saw the Mumbai Indians lose last night in that Six Fest. That was just a crazy game. I was supposed to be at the county ground to watch Northamptonshire play Oxford. Well, I guess it's rained off rather sadly.
You might have dodged a bullet there. I mean, even if it was not raining, it'd be about -12.
Yep.
Well, welcome to the world of early season county cricket.
It's not specifically Oxford University anymore, is it? It's sort of Oxford Combined Universities or something
Oxford
like
Brooks
that.
as well.
Yeah. Oh, that one's full. A little bit of swing there, I think. A little bit of swing into the left-handed Jaiswal, and he managed to edge that onto his pad, and the bowler was almost interested in a catch that he could at least appeal for. But that's a decent first over from Khalil, only gone for the 4.
It was really well bowled. Tony, I hear that Joe Root will be down at Middlesex on the 19th of April. Is that right?
If we're playing Yorkshire, that's probably right, yeah. So, indeed, should be Harry Brook then, who has committed himself to, I think, 7 straight county championship games, which would be exciting.
That's not a bad ticket, is it? But for 20 quid.
No,
Harry Brook and Joe Root.
absolutely not.
Freezing their arses off at fine leg and third man respectively with their hands
One for the
in their
production
pullovers.
department. John China just pointing out it's still showing 5th test Dharamsala on the top right production department.
Thank you.
Why would we want to leave such a great game behind?
Well, be nice to have one we won.
We have to go back a little bit for that. Right, you got a jingle for this fella, Tony?
I'll have a look and see. There's a Delhi 1 and a Delhi 2, just to make life even more confusing. Here he is, Mukesh Kumar.
He is in. Oh, an inside edge that could easily have gone onto the stumps from Butler. It was a little French cut, or was it a Surrey cut, they used to call it. Flashed past the stumps. Pick up a single.
He's not looked great, has he, Butler? He's missed a couple of hittable deliveries and mistimed a couple of others.
Just trying to find his way, yep. It's nice to see that nepotism lives not just on the pitch, but in the commentary box in Indian cricket, as Rohan Gavaskar will join you on the TV.
He might be a better commentator than his dad.
Well, who isn't? We could pull someone off the street and put him down here.
Perhaps it isn't nepotism. Perhaps that is a merit-based selection, and Sunil Gavaskar is just the bar you have to exceed.
He is a bar that lies flat on the ground. Here comes Mukesh to Jaiswal, who also looked a little bit scratchy so far. But, you know, they can cut loose any time he comes down the track and eases that one through the gap between cover and mid-off, and that's by far the most convincing shot so far, and it's the first boundary. And we may not have mentioned, if you have got pictures, you will see pink everywhere, which means this is a home game for the Rajasthan Royals.
Do you know why it's pink? Why pink?
Because it's the Pink City.
Indeed, the Pink City, you're right.
Well, we did talk about it on the preview podcast we did.
Ah, oh, well, in that case, you'll have mentioned the Prince of Wales in 1876 then. Because it was for his visit that it was painted pink by the Maharaja at the time.
They liked it so much they kept it. Mukesh
Indeed.
is round the wicket into the pad, and it comes off the pad. There'll be no run there.
We saw in the first game, albeit it was an afternoon game, not an evening game, the ball moved around early in both innings, and then it got pretty easy to bat, or at least pretty easy to hit sixes, especially square of the wicket. So it'll be interesting to see whether we get similar conditions tonight.
Now, presumably the IPL, the IPL, the GPL is open for the IPL.
The IPL GPL.
How long is the GPL open for? Can you come and... 40 minutes. You've got 40 minutes to guess how many runs are going to be scored in this game. Goodness me, if it's like yesterday. Just imagine.
Did anyone get it yesterday? Oh, a little flash there from Jaiswal, and the bowler was interested, but it didn't carry through to the wicket keeper. So it doesn't matter if you got an edge or not.
Well, we're only doing it for the games we're covering. So obviously we didn't cover yesterday's
Oh, of course. I don't think anyone would have guessed it anyway.
Extraordinary game.
Yeah, I'm going to guess how many was it? 523.
But wasn't the second score the third highest IPL score ever?
You would have been up there.
And lost out to the highest IPL score ever.
It would have been well up there. I mean, they genuinely nearly did pull it off.
Was it an absolute road?
Yeah.
Yes. That makes sense. Kumar's in again. Length, he's bowled him.
Oh.
He's bowled him. He gives a point. I think he's pointing Jaiswal back a little bit there. But Jaiswal had looked pretty scratchy. Didn't look the player who destroyed England in those test matches for those few balls. And he played a flashy shot at that one. It was a ball straight on middle and off. He's trying to indicate that ball did lots. I'm not sure it did. Oh, it's hit him. It's come in a little bit actually and hit him on the pad and then gone onto the stumps. It's well bowled all the same.
It's almost giving it a touch of the Alan Shearers with that little run and with a finger pointing up in the air. Sad loss of the Jazz Whale. I was looking forward to seeing him as well. Big disappointment.
Well, when one superstar batsman departs, another one immediately arrives in the IPL sometimes.
Isn't he on the back of 80 in their first game, which they won by about 20 odd runs?
I wonder what would happen if Sanju Samson played for Mumbai. What would he do in the first game of the season? Because he's always brilliant and Mumbai are always terrible.
To the ground around 9, and by then Sanju Samson had begun to shine.
Yes, GuerrillaCricket.com. Just look for competition. You can register, and you just simply have to guess the number of runs that will be scored in this total match. And you've got the first 40 minutes of play to arrive at your number. You can have as many guesses as you like. It's £1 English pound per go, and you stand to win the pot. Can anyone tell me what the pot is?
36 quid.
36 English pounds, says a disembodied voice from a cave somewhere.
I think you should increase it to £2 an entry because of inflation. £36 isn't what it used to be.
It certainly isn't, but then we can always
right.
help people out by reducing that. Samson faces his first ball. It's another good one, bowling well.
Maybe you could have a concession entry for the elderly participants.
A, that's half our audience, and B, they/we already get enough. Thanks very much.
Anindo has arrived, so...
Do you want me to move on?
Well, when we reach... Shall we wait till the end of the over? Or
it is the end of the over.
In that case, if Anindo wants to present himself...
Hello.
Hello,
I'm
there
so
he is.
sorry. I missed a couple of overs.
That's absolutely fine. Andy, I just need to adjust our screen, so talk amongst yourself with Anindo for a moment.
Yep, good to see you, Anindo. I'm sure you enjoyed the test series.
Yeah, I did indeed. And well, I wish it was 3-2 at least instead of 4-1. But it is what it is. The last test was a bit of a disappointment, right? Otherwise, it was a great series.
I think that can happen in a five game series. That's you get ground down, and then the last one you can fold. But anyway, none of that today. Khalil is in his full, and has he got an edge on that, Butler? No, it's just a bit of late swing as it passed the bat. Rishabh Pant picked it up. I thought for half a second he'd got an edge because it did seem to deviate after it left the bat. We're going to get another look at Jaiswal's dismissal. And I was going to comment on his pads, which looks a very strange white shade of. They're completely different to Butler's pads. I don't know if it's his gone in the wash the wrong way or something.
Wouldn't England have loved that to have happened to him during the Test series?
Yeah, at least once would have been nice. Yeah. They evidently didn't have a bowler of the quality of Mukesh. Khalil is in again, still the slip and a goal in. It's fenced at by Butler. It goes straight to that man at gully, Mitch Marsh, On the bounce, though, he did fumble it, and they get through for a single, but certainly a bit of interest there for Khalil.
Ian H says, afternoon all, just had my first ever IPL GPL picks. Well done, Ian.
Ah.
So thank you for getting on board with that.
Brave man after yesterday.
Well, yes. I'm not sure anyone would have guessed yesterday's shenanigans. That was quite remarkable.
Well, fortunately, it's guess exactly and not just say higher or lower than yesterday.
It's true.
Sticky start for the Royals today, though. A 10 for 1 of 2.2 overs. Khalil's in again. It's full and it's defended by Sampson into the leg side. Bunch of fielders converge on it and there's no run.
So since we've not been, doing matches other than the weekly one, and this is the first one, have you spoken much about yesterday's match?
We have touched on it, yes. What a remarkable game. Did you see it?
Just bits of it, not the whole thing, because I've been trying to settle down in Mumbai, so it's been 4 hours of commute every day between the service department and the apartment I've taken. So
goodness me.
It's been a bit of a...
Yeah. Khalil's in a... Oh no, sorry, that's a replay. He's in this time. Smooth action to Sampson, but that's going to be a wide. Good work by Pant, though, to grab that one. Went after it past the bat. Good to see Pant back in action, and Indo.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think it's not only all of India, but the cricketing world, which has been waiting for him to come back. He's such an exciting player, particularly in Test cricket, more than the IPL, I would say.
He was engaged in
supervising
some range hitting, I think, with McGurk, Fraser McGurk. Was Rishabh Pant as captain yesterday.
Well, you've given us this very bizarre sort of IPL bingo. I think you talk about it when you come on, because we haven't got a clue, basically.
No, waving that.
That's one left alone by Sampson outside the off stump.
We have an IPL bingo?
Yes, apparently. Bear's going to explain it when he comes on. I'm not touching it. This is not a Guerrilla Cricket specific thing. It's something we found which we've entered for a bit of fun, I think.
There's a bit more than that, but just waving it under my nose and expecting something to happen is not going to... Oh, Lord. That was the replay.
No, that's a replay again. I didn't quite catch it. It was the colour of the pads saved me that time. I could see it was Jaiswal. This has been a very slow start in terms of time it's taken them to bowl 16 balls. I'm sure it's not going to get any quicker over the game or the tournament.
Yeah, I was close to 15 minutes late, and I was
afraid only missed 2 overs.
Done with my 5 overs.
Yeah. Good ball from Khalil. Top of off stump. Sampson drops it into the offside. He's a 0 off 4. A watchful start from him. 11 for 1 in the third, and it's a good start for the Delhi Capitals.
Right, Kieran Roseblade, does anyone know where Kohli et al. Went to have his baby? All I managed to get was it was somewhere where he wasn't recognisable.
Well, not India then.
It was not in India.
Did he finally go to Iceland?
Doesn't that mean, I'm being a bit facetious, his son can't play for India? It obviously it does, but it's not like it used to be with Yorkshire, where...
No, I think the choice is always with the parent.
Oh, I know. I was being a little bit facetious, harking back to times when Yorkshire fathers would drive their wives up from London to Yorkshire with their waters breaking, just so their son might play for Yorkshire. I'm not even joking. That one's.
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, they've been. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sampson tips that one into the leg side. He gets off the mark with a single, but he keeps the strike. End of the over. 12 for 1 off 3.
Right. Yes, I was just having visions of some poor Yorkshire lass giving birth at what's the
services on the A1.
What's the? I was thinking the ones in Sheffield, just as you sort of Middle Hall, something like that. Right, Andrew Wright, who we know better as Farong, says the pitch yesterday was an indoor cricket pitch, nothing for the bowlers. So mention of the dew factor last night. Suppose cement dust does the trick. Yeah, I mean some of the records were, it was highest since 263 odd, which was in 2013, I think.
Chris Gale's 175. I did watch that one.
Yeah. Kieran Roseblade, does anyone know we said that already, so I don't need to repeat that.
Mukesh is in and he's guided that one past Gully Sampson. Yeah. Beautiful shot.
Nicely played.
Very nicely played. Third man can't get round, and that's the second boundary of the innings.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
I can tell you
The
overall.
T20 version of the late cut.
Ah,
I think that's a
beautifully
genuine late cut. I think he's just run that off the face of the bat.
played. Well, yeah, it was. It wasn't even. It was just letting
Sort
the
of a
ball hit the
glide.
bat and angling the bat.
Yeah.
The average
Gliding
first
the ball
innings
down.
score, by the way, overall here is 159. In last year, it was 142.
Now they do play
I'm
at
surprised
different.
because
if
it's
that
not a
helps
very
you.
big ground.
They do play at different grounds. Rajasthan. Did you account for that?
I did very much account for that.
Good,
That's
yep.
for this specific stadium.
Now he goes short, Mukesh, and that's what can happen when you hit 4. You compensate too much, and Samson has picked him up easily over mid-wicket for another 4.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
Yep, absolutely. That was it. 2022 was 126. I can tell you the team batting first wins 35% of the games in 52 matches here. The team batting second, 65%. That's even with a base of a body of 52. That's fairly definitive piece of stats, isn't it, Andy? I know you're very critical
It's
of
not bad. Yeah.
the validity of some of my stats.
Sample size is
Sample size
always
being the key,
important.
yeah.
Yeah. Bit of movement in the field. I think that gully is moving around to short fine leg, and they've put third man a bit finer. But
It's
Samson,
a lovely stadium, but it's not a very big one.
no, well, none of them are really, or the boundaries aren't anyway. Here comes Mukesh again. That's a good comeback. Oh, but it's just punched past point by Samson. I thought that was a good ball. It's a length ball, top of off stump. Samson just leaned on it, and David Warner watched it whiz past him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is precisely the reason why, very large population of fans in India are they're just completely fed up of the fact that India does not take Samson in the national team.
Another quick note for the production department. Spicy Golden Duck saying, good afternoon, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. Well, we're delighted. But the audio player on the website doesn't seem to be working, so I'm listening on YouTube. Production department. Can we have one of the operatives from the production department to see if we can address that particular issue? Or if anyone else is listening and they're having the same problem, can you let us know?
Now, they're actually helping us out with these graphics for once, because they're showing you how the field is moving. Well done. Can I have more of that, please? They've moved sort of an extra man in at point and taken one out to the leg side. That's punched down the ground again by Samson. It's not going to beat the fielder this time. A good scrambling bit of fielding by Nortke on the edge of the circle. But Samson looking in lovely touch. Why do you think that is in Indo, that he hasn't really got a fair crack with India?
I think it's the question of where they take him in the team. Typically, it's been KL Rahul who's been, occupying the position of wicketkeeper batsman. Now the problem is, then you've got people like Ishan Kishan, etc., and Samson for some reason is not taken in that group, and that's a mystery. I mean, I just don't know why. It's one of those things within cricket.
Well, I'd pick Samson ahead of King Legend in T20 any day of the week myself.
Yep.
Butler is back on strike. He's been fairly quiet so far, 5 off 6. Here comes Mukesh, who's having a difficult over. He's gone full, though. He's had the courage to pitch it up, and Butler had a swing. Didn't move his feet, I would say, at all, to that wide ball.
It's interesting, I know Khalil's a left armer, and he's trying to angle the ball across the batsman. But Mukesh, other than this delivery, has been bowling absolutely within the stumps. He's got punched a few times, but not for lack of trying. And then there's Khalil, who's really bowling so much of an angle as to get many of them as wides. If he doesn't get hit, he's going to get wide.
Mukesh, hopefully from his point of view, exiting the over here. He's onto the legs of Butler, who tips it down to fine leg. It'll just be a single. Fine leg is deep, and he gets out of that over not too bad after 3 4s in the first 3 balls. It's 26 for 1 off 4.
I think we are fairly up to date on our social messages. The GC Naked Fun Porn Bot was thanking all the deities for Pant. That was after Hayden's comment, wasn't it? Isn't he
that's
thanking,
330
thanking
million
the
of them
Lord
just.
for the return of Pant, who then immediately chipped one to backward point and got himself out. But there's no reason not to thank the deities for his return.
Well, I think Matthew Hayden is only going to thank one particular deity. He is a very devout Christian.
He is
the
indeed.
Joke. Yeah.
Is indeed. Cricket Slouch. The top right hand still shows it's the third day. Yeah, no, the Bears are going to be onto that. The production department has got its full weight behind solving A, the audio issues, and then B, the captioning issues will be afterwards.
Well, talking about the full weight, look at the full weight of Anrik Nortje's moustache. I mean,
I know. You have to love this one.
But I can see that in front of me here, Bear, that it says India versus England.
Nortje is going to bowl. See if he still has that express pace he had 2 years ago. Here he comes. He's running up a little bit gingerly, actually, but he still fires it in. It's dropped down to point by Butler, and they'll get a run. So let us know if we are firing on all cylinders on the website, if you can, please.
Because on the upside, yeah, apparently we are. The Cricket Slouch says we are. Audio was working fine, so.
It's 142k. It was his first delivery.
Yeah, not bad for a loosener.
Yep. And Ricky Ponting looking very regal on his throne.
Yep, and was that Jake Fraser McGurk sitting next to the boss? I didn't recognise him, but he had the look of an Aussie. He had that hair out the side of his hat. Oh, that's pretty quick.
That looks much faster.
Well, the speed gun says no, but I see what you mean. It did seem to zip off the pitch a bit, and it was too quick for Sampson, I think, on that occasion. But, you know, what is Nortje going to do come Movember? You know, he's going to have, like, he won't be able to see past it.
He looks like a character of out of a bad 1980s movie.
Or a silent movie of the 20s with a big top hat tying the heroine to the railway tracks. And you can see, well, I call them slip and gully, but they're both on the edge of the circle, and Sampson just prodded at that when it looped up in the air, straight over Nortje's head, well over his head. He couldn't get there, and unfortunately for the batsman, well short of mid-on. So
you could do that most days, actually, on Southwest trains, railway lines, and you know, she'd
it'd be fine.
She'd be pretty safe, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well,
insert train company of your own choice here. Avanti with Midlands and my particular scourge.
I'm sure. It's very sedate, really, isn't it, after yesterday? Crikey.
So far, yep. Inside half of the bat from Butler. It just dribbles up to Warner at mid-on. They'll get another single. And we're going to have a change at the end of the over. Who's that going to be? It's not going to be me.
It's me staying here to take you through proceedings. And then it should be Messers to join us, and Rayan, who is a journalism student. We'll ask him all about himself when he comes in. But he's here to...
Is it his first gig with us?
It's his first gig. Having a tryout. Poor lad arrived early. Couldn't get in. I was getting panic phone calls. He was stuck in the rain. Couldn't find I gave him the wrong key code combination to get in. It was a complete nightmare.
Short ball from Nortje. It did take off, and he's been given one for the over, so he can bowl another one if he likes. With a two-bouncer rule, just because you can doesn't mean you should, but Nortje is one bowler who definitely has that in his locker. Probably the most, actually. I think we've seen a few games where bowlers who shouldn't be have bowled two bouncers and over just because they could, and it's not gone well.
Everybody in that list of bowlers they were showing has a moustache.
Oh, that looks pretty quick again, and really indeterminate shot from Sampson, who looks a completely different game to what he was doing against Mukesh before. Yeah. It's what pace does for you. 29 for 1 off 5. Probably, I would say, Delhi have the best of first 5 overs, and we'll have a change around.
We certainly can. We should be joined by Messers.
Hey, Messers.
Rayan is going to come into this
and
chair.
welcome to Mumbai. We expect you to give us live reports from Mumbai's home games now.
I will try and do that. Yeah, I'm going to try and get to one of them soon. That's the plan.
Well, 29 for 1, 5 overs completed, and the toss, you'll recall, was won by the Capitals, and Rishabh Pant elected to field. Not a surprise, Rayan, given 65% of all games here are won by the team batting second.
and now Delhi Capitals have the chance of be the first away team to win in IPL. So in all the 8 matches, home teams own all the 8 matches.
In this IPL, is that right?
In this IPL, yeah.
Oh, so home advantage counts for a lot.
Yeah.
Even the Sunrisers got a win, didn't they? With that score. I mean, they had a damn good go at throwing it away. To be fair, at one point.
Khalil bowling his 3rd over inside the power play. Maybe searching for the swing.
He is indeed. This will be the last over of the power play. 29 for 1. Khalil, his left arm over and in, and that's rather squirted off the outside edge down to deep backward point. The unmistakable figure of the man we all love to not love, David Warner, does the fielding.
Khalil
and then move on to 30. 30 for 1. They could take a strategic timeout
after that. But I don't think they will take the strategic timeout because they are going strong at the moment.
Oh, they were.
They don't know to break the momentum.
Comparatively slow. 6 and over is in a power play that's just like an old man with a walking stick compared to the.
Stop talking about me.
Well, Messrs, pots and kettles, mate. Given it's me that's saying it. Well, probably one of the few. I don't think we could put. We can. I tell you, we're going to give Rowan a chance to introduce himself properly, but he will not fit into the old man category. That is for sure. Round the wicket comes Khalil, edged straight through to Pant. Sampson stepped back. He was looking to angle the bat. All he did was just feather an edge. Rishabh Pant did the rest, and he just got cramped for room round there, didn't he?
Yeah, he got through. And Sampson failed again in the second match. In the past years, Sampson played very good in the first match of the IPL, but after that he failed to score, which happened again in the season.
It seemed to me that he just didn't have room to play that shot, so he probably deserves one of these.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
And after a fabulous start to the season, made 80 odd, didn't he, in their first match?
Yeah.
But Sanju Samson, not for him today. He's been caught behind off the bowling of Khalil, and he will have to go.
Rajasthan Royals are in the spot of danger. Rian Parag at number 4.
Well, yes, Joss Buttler still there, so he's looking to arrest his horrible run of form, we would hope. 30 for 2. Rian Parag is going to be the new man at the crease. Let's jingle him up if he can find him. Here he is.
Rian Parag, he comes from Assam. Oh, he looks like a baby because he's 17.
Well, I don't think that's true anymore. When did you record this one, Mog?
Rian Parag, he's been with Royals for more than 3 years. He had a tremendous Syed Mushtaq Ali Indian domestic tournament.
Right.
Let's see what he'll do this match.
We'll have a little look at what he's been up to.
I think you'll find Mog is well and truly asleep now. It's 1:30.
Oh, bless him. Over the wicket comes Khalil, and this one is driven straight to mid-on though. And there is no run. The score remains on 30 for 2. It is a ground as well, I think, that favours spin.
And
very heavily.
Strike rate is 142, which is good for a T20 batsman.
I'm just having a look. Highest score here was 193 for 4 by Delhi Capitals in 2019, but then it was immediately beaten by 193 for 4. That one is short and an attempted pull, but he got underneath it. That's given as 1 for the over. I think he's only let 1 go this over. He's allowed 2, aren't they? 2.
Yeah, 2 bounces.
We're watching again that feathered edge. It just came in really. He had no room at all to attempt the shot he played, and I guess the result was almost inevitable. 30 for 2 it is. Khalil has 2 balls left of this over. Parag yet to get himself off the mark from the 2 he has faced. Joss Buttler hardly express, less than a run a ball, but crucially still there when 2 other wickets have gone down.
They gave Khalil 3rd over in search of wicket, and they got 1. So success in the plan for Delhi Capitals.
In comes Khalil, coming around the wicket to the right-handed Parag, who drives but straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. He's a powerful player, is Parag, but he got all the shots. We're seeing a selection of them here.
I think he's just 22 or 21.
Well, there we are. So that's 5 years then, Mog, since you accused him of being 17. Well, obviously he was 17 at one point.
Averaging 85 in the recently concluded Syed Mushtaq Ali. 85 in a T20 tournament is...
And the Syed Mushtaq Ali trophy, we'll just hold on for 1 second, as this one is short again. That's the second
one.
bouncer,
It called wide. Wide.
Given as wide, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, we better acknowledge that fact then by playing this.
Wide.
He tends to favour leg side very heavily. So clearly a fan of the pull and the hook shot by the look of that. More the pull, given that it tends to be from sort of mid-wicket around to... from square through round to deep mid-wicket, being his 30% of his runs scored. Khalil again. This one will have to be Fuller. An attempted ramp failed. He moved across to the offside. He was looking to lift it over the head.
That's a very good over from Khalil. Just 2 inside the power play.
It was indeed. It was. Didn't get up, did it at all? I think Rian Parag thinks he's missed out there, and indeed he probably did. It's 31 for 2 after 6. Messers.
Parrot Badger's with us. He says, ahoy old salts and heavily seasoned sea dogs. Kieran Roseblade is doing some magic with numbers to prove a point. He says, I've been doing some stats. I remember in the Ashes, the YouTube following was over 600. It's currently 20, so the Guerrilla public prefer test matches 30 times more than franchise cricket.
Well, yeah.
Which also reflects
I think also we have an issue. Not an issue, but
is infinitely better than no cricket. So that's the end of the stats. And of course, very few people know about this yet. So the word is yet to spread.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. This is a weekly show, and this is the first of them.
Yeah,
into the attack comes the unmistakable form of Axar, who is just pushed into the onside by Butler, who takes another single. Very, very cautious.
Spin for the first time in this match.
Indeed, quite right. And we should probably...
Let's see how the ball turns or not.
Axar Patel, again when I find him. What have you done with... Here he is. We'll just wait for this delivery to do it. He's coming around the wicket. That again is just pushed, nudged really, towards mid-off, and they take another single. Here's Axar Patel.
Rian Parag off the mark with that single.
He is indeed. Hepmeyer, Jarrell and Ashwin still to come. So there's some hitting power there. Butler nudges towards mid-wicket. They take another sharp single.
I don't know. That's a miscommunication in the middle.
Did they go back then and not take the single in the end? No, they did take the single. We're going to have a look at this. There it was. They went. No, they did. Oh, it was the second one that they were going to, and then changed their mind.
Is in interest for the second.
It was. He was
interest for the second, but
probably a third of the way down the track.
Correctly denied by the Rian Parag.
And he was indeed. This one is a little uppishly flicked past square leg. They'll take. Well, they choose not. They chose not to run. Well, that is a mark of a side who's not quite sure how to go about this innings. To me, Ryan, they look just a little uncertain.
I think the pitch is very slow.
The single. I beg your pardon. They did take the single, but the pitch, as you rightly say, is very slow. I was going to look for those stats about spin bowling, but
if the pitch stays the same, it will be. The spinners in Rajasthan Royals are very experienced. They have Iswendra Chahal and Ravi Ashwin.
Butler will be facing. So he's now equalled his score in the previous game, that win over LSG. Okay. Can he? He's had a horrible, very torrid time in India generally. Yeah. He's not going to get a run there because he was trying to work that to leg.
But that's how
just came through to him a little bit too quickly.
That's how he played in the last season as well. For the first 15-20 balls he played run a ball, and after that he started to go bang, bang, bang.
In comes Axar, should be the last ball of his over. Right on the money, and Butler just stands tall and defends, so he will stay on 11. The score 35
for 2.
4-2. 7 overs complete. Rian Parag, who's also on the back of a pretty decent score, he made 40, remind me, 42 of 29
The last
against
match.
the Lucknow Super Giants. Now Vinal Huck got rid of him there, but he's still there with Joss Butler now. Nessers.
So Farong confirms that Kohli's son, despite being born in London, does not meet the criteria for British citizenship and will retain his Indian citizenship. Warren is a little cruel to you. He says, Bear says, Tony, all you need to do is power on the Mac, the PCs and all of the monitors, engage to the VPN, log on to Zoom, share the TV coverage, start up the audio and YouTube. Tony says, okay, result, and then he sends us a link to the video of the bridge collapsing in Baltimore.
Yes. Well, here is an unmistakable figure with an unmistakably fine head of hair, of which I'm greatly envious. Kuldeep Yadav, and that's just pushed out towards long off, and Parag will take himself a single, and let's welcome Kuldeep.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Kuldeep in again to Josh Butler, who tries to sweep that. Looks like it might be bang in front. It wasn't. No, said our umpire.
See how he vary his speeds in the first
They're
ball.
going to review. Rishabh Pant thinks he's got his man Josh Butler.
Maybe. I reckon that's out if he hasn't got an
pitching outside leg.
Well, we'll have a look. It could possibly, as Ryan quite rightly said, have pitched outside leg. The original decision was not out.
But he was.
Sorry.
Was he reverse sweeping? I can't remember.
He was.
Oh, in that case, it was outside leg. Yeah. Sorry.
So we've got this new super duper multi-cameraed review system, which is supposed to speed things up. Let's see if it does. To me, that looks all about. I don't think there's any bat there.
No bat.
Ryan.
Yeah, no bat.
So he's right-handed when he was reverse sweeping, as you rightly say.
And the only concern is where the ball pitched. In the line or outside leg.
So there is a potential hint that it could well have been outside leg, because although he's reverse sweeping, as you rightly say, his stance would be leg side. Yeah. The only blip on the screen from Ultra Edge is when it comes into the pad.
Line.
It is pitched just in line, impact in line, hitting 3 reds. Meaning that Josh Butler is going to have to walk, I'm afraid, for him.
And
well,
I think
don't know who's going to replace him, but it might be a godsend for
Nitin Menon is one of our umpires. It's the other chap who I will find out a bit about in a moment. Tell you what I know. But Kuldeep has he did look all at sea. You're absolutely right. He's gone for 11, so he hasn't got past his previous score. So
99. Is it Ravi Ashwin walking in?
Wow, that would be interesting.
Let's see, 99 is the jersey number of Ravi Ashwin.
Nanda Kishore was the on-field umpire, Virendra Sharma the TV umpire in that instance.
Ravi Ashwin walks into bat at number 5.
Well, now this is very interesting. Is this saying to Parag, right, you know?
He's a very good player of spin.
He is.
He was born in Chennai, playing in the turning trucks in Chennai.
And this is a pitch that quite heavily favours
spin
in terms of both economy and wicket-taking efficiency. So you're absolutely right. Perhaps a surprise, but it is going to be the unmistakable king of.
They have Dhruv Jurel and Shimon Hetmeyer.
There he is.
There's an Indian bowler fairly new to the game.
And Ashwin defends his first ball into the offside, and there's no run.
The best of his innings are as
strikes at about 120. Well over 1,000 runs, 1,114 in his 127 innings. Kuldeep in onto the back foot goes Ashwin. Punches this out towards deep extra cover and will stroll the easiest of singles. And Ryan, that's been the story really. It's been more strolled singles bar that one near run out, and that was the trying to gallop a second. But the contrast, I mean, chalk and cheese, whatever analogy you want to use to yesterday's hijinks is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
That's again defended towards cover this time.
But
no run from Parag.
I know. I was very impressed by the Kuldeep Yadav. He varies his speed very much. The first ball he bowled at 85, and the wicket of Josh Butler he bowled at 95.6, and the last ball he bowled at 102. So
Kuldeep in. That's nicely worked by Parag, but again, no real attempt to put any power into it. Just guided out towards deep mid wicket. They'll take another easy single. Most effective bowling, definitely all about spin. Slow left arm on off breaks, average around 24 and around 7. So 24 wicket taking average, around 7 and over.
Tony, will they brought Rahman Powell as a sub impact player? No, if we look at
so we're looking at how they might deepen the batting order.
Yeah.
They've got choices there. You think Robin Powell the most likely?
Maybe.
Nandre Berger's they're certainly in the first game. They brought Berger in as a substitute.
But they need score to defend, right? So
Shubham Dubey surely would be the most likely.
No, that's not Shivam Dubey, I think. Shivam Dubey is playing for Chennai Super Kings.
Ah, all right, okay then. Different Dubey.
Yeah.
38 for 3 after 8. Yes, a different game, very different game indeed.
27 balls.
There is a slip and a gully here for Axar Patel, and Parag just works him down to mid-on and takes another easy single.
Yesterday, both teams have made 100 by the time they had 8 overs.
Yeah, no, this is well, maybe they knew it was a game we were covering. Maybe there's a conference amongst the Rajasthan Royals. Perhaps Butler had some inside intelligence and said, look, we need to make the Guerrilla guys feel at home. So one, I'll get out early. This one's worked away around the corner. They'll take a single again. 2, they prefer Test cricket, so let's play it like it's a Test match. Let's see how we go. Parag moved on to 5. Ashwin's moved on to 2 rather. Parag will be back on to strike. Rishabh Pant, who is looking in the finest fettle, and the most delightful thing about seeing Rishabh Pant as well. Just wait.
Outside off.
Yep, nicely just guided out towards deep extra cover. Take another single. His movement, Ryan, doesn't seem to be remotely impacted, given the multiple grafts that he had and rebuilds to his knee and all kinds of things.
But he's as of now he's looking good behind the stumps.
Nicely worked towards square leg. One more to the score, which will move on to 42 for 3.
Or try to build a partnership. They don't try to hit up boundaries.
I was going to tell you about leg breaks for what it's worth, if I could find what I did with that piece of information. If I can't, I won't tell you. Axel again, that one was slightly short. Parag pulls square and pulls for 4. That was not quite a half tracker, but he didn't get his length right, did he, Ryan?
And the line.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, it's well short. Down leg.
Boundary for Rajasthan after 5 overs.
And Ryan Parag would not need twice asking. Axar Patel's going to be in again. That's a good delivery. Catches the bottom of the bat, then the back leg.
Arm ball straight into the batter.
It was indeed. 46 for 3. 9 overs completed in Jaipur. Still sedate stuff. Messers.
Timeout.
Diana Patterson's with us. She said, I knew about this, but I didn't somehow gather the start time. More publicity would doubtless help. Yeah, spread the word. We've put it up on Twitter and on Facebook, I think. So, yeah, we'll keep spreading the word. Warren says, do we have to wait for Messi's 2 little ducks for Guerrilla Cricket bingo? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait till the bear comes back in a few overs. Leah says, guess those double centuries by Joseph were a fluke. Now that the real cricket comes around, he can't even deliver. And she says, I've filmed an episode of Well, There's Your Problem coming up very soon. That's in response to Warren and his comments about your tech phobia. And to which the cricket slash says, yeah, that's a brilliant comment there. I presume we're having a drinks break at the moment.
We are. Gives us a little chance to finally let Ryan have a chance to introduce himself. So, tell you're studying journalism.
I'm studying sports journalism in University of Brighton.
Fantastic. And you've been doing some stuff at the Amex, I recall
Yeah.
you said?
I went for the Women's Super League games in Amex, did some match reports, and did some podcasts for the recently concluded India vs England Test series.
Brighton match reports. All you need to remember: João Pedro, absolutely brilliant. Everyone else pretty average. There you go. There's your match report.
To be honest, I don't know much about football. I'm really into cricket, so I went there as with my classmates just for a part of assessment. So.
All right. Okay. Well, you're in amongst friends then. And you play? Are you a cricket player?
Yeah. I'm currently practicing for the St. Peter's Cricket Club in Brighton.
All right.
I'm an off spinner who bats at number 6, 7.
Oh.
I try to.
Well, that's 4 or 5 places higher than most of our team.
Yeah, that's true. Well, some of us can't even remember when we played, but
I just love England and the Brighton. I'm waiting for the summer to begin to play cricket.
So you're right arm off spin.
Yeah, right hand batter.
Do you bat right as well? Okay. That always confuses me. I mechanically, I can never quite get my head around anyone who bowls with one hand and bats with the other. Completely throws me. Quite extraordinary. What were you, Messers, in your day?
I bowled leg spin when it hit the pitch, but that was the tough bit, actually getting it to the pitch on the wicket, and I batted not particularly well. It was my enthusiasm that got me through, I think. But I was never very good.
Much like no, I wouldn't say that about your commentary. That's not true. 46.
That was close.
No, I was saying like your enthusiasm gets you through. I would definitely go along with that. 46 for 3. A rather rueful-looking Joss Buttler is. We are seen sat in the dugout. He's. Well, that World Cup's some way off, but he'll want to pick up some form, Ryan, won't he, in this IPL, and it hasn't started in the most encouraging of fashions for him.
Yeah, it's been only 2 matches, right? Let's see what will they do in the
final over from this trio. Kuldeep is in, and it's defended by R. Ashwin, although he's going to get at least 1 for it because it's pushed somewhat languidly out to long on, and he takes a single. And the score moves on to 47 for 3.
I should say the Mutt has joined us. He says, "Oh wow, Wolf, this is an unexpected but pleasant surprise. Love and Sussex."
Well, as indeed is hearing you, Mutters. Onto the back foot goes Parag.
So do you think what will be the defendable score in this match at that point of time?
Well, they're saying about 113 is 113. I mean, that is ludicrously low. That is ludicrously low. What are we going at? Just under 5 and over?
Yeah.
10. Clearly, here in Jaipur, run scoring is not great. Now, they use that's down leg and Rishabh
It's
Pant.
a wide.
It will be a leg side wide, but Pant was electric about his work to flick his India international colleague R. Ashwin's bails off. Ashwin was well in his ground, though. This is one of 3 pitches, and I think the 3 different pitches in Jaipur are all slightly different. Mm-hmm. So clearly the one for the last game was had a lot more pace on it.
And the last
this one
game
is very much a pace-off pitch. So
last game is in a day game, so in under lights the ball skids a lot.
It does. Have you ever played cricket under lights?
No.
No, I haven't either. They didn't have floodlights at cricket grounds when I played most of my cricket.
See, R. Ashwin is standing deep inside the crease looking for the short ball.
R. Ashwin's that's what he was looking to do, but it was down leg. So for some reason we have another huge delay. Are they looking at ultra edge? Oh, okay. I didn't think he looked anywhere near that.
Oh, I think Delhi Capital's review.
Yeah. Oh well, Delhi Capital have reviewed.
No. They didn't review. They asked for the stumping. So in the process of stumping.
Yeah, but how can you possibly? He's on the back foot. which is, well, reasonably. He'd have to have literally had both feet off the ground to be out there. I mean, that's the most ludicrous review I think I've ever seen in my entire life. And we've seen a few. Kuldeep, left arm in, left arm wrist spinner, of course, and that one is just guided out to
50 for
off.
Rajasthan.
And it does mean that the 50 finally limps apologetically up for Rajasthan Royals, but do not be too hard on them yet.
Yeah, I think.
Because, as they say, to quote the worst cliche in cricket, wait till both sides are
battered. You know, they have the great power spinners.
In comes Kuldeep again. That's just nudged into the onside, past square leg umpire. They take a single.
Sumit Kumar, the field.
51 for 3 in the pink city of Jaipur.
Roman Powell got a pad on his hand. Maybe he'll come in. Who knows?
Could be. They need to do something. He seems to be rather hinting that might be the case. Jack, resplendent in his huge baseball cap.
Oh,
that's short. Ashwin says, have some of those tomatoes. Look at that. That is absolutely smashed high over long on. And the fact that we've got so excited about a 6 suggests that I think that's the first one of the game.
Yeah.
And there, well, here it was. He finally got one. No respect whatsoever.
No respect to the India's best white ball spinner.
Yeah, interestingly, I wonder how many 6s had been scored yesterday by this stage in the game. We've waited till 9.5 overs.
There were 37 in total. So
well, normal service is just resumed, as this one is just nudged to mid-on. It means, with 10 overs complete, Rajasthan Royals are 58 for 3. The Bear is going to come in and tell you everything he knows about bingo. So it might be a good time to make a cup of tea.
Okay, I'll catch you later. Oh, well, seeing as there's a gap, I will read up. Brown in Brisbane says it's still pressing rain in Northampton, so I'm in Guerrilla Beer Bar watching the game and having a nice London porter. Piss off.
Hello, Messi.
Hey, I'm pissing off.
You are pissing off.
Got company yet?
Yeah, I've got company. We're all here.
Excellent.
3 started. I'm still here. I'm joined by Andy and Jack. And Nordke is going to bowl only his second over. Only went for 3 in his first. I've gone under 146.5. I'm back into the betting zone now. We're doing T20.
That 6 wasn't good news then, was it?
No, it wasn't. But 10 overs, 90.
That's on.
Of course it's on. Question is, I need wickets.
I would probably be the under as well in this circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they could fuck it up at any moment. Well, if you bowl there, though, I'm in trouble because that's just a fucking long up that's been smashed over cow corner. Once again by Ashwin, just to fuck me over. It's 6 more runs. And that's Norkia's first ball of his second over. Yeah, right, so we're doing match bingo. And oh look, we've got one line. We've won 25 quid, boys.
Ka-ching.
Ka-ching.
Yeah,
exactly. This is why you should play bingo.
Bear has won 25
Well,
quid.
it's in Guerrilla Cricket's name. How do I review my card? Come on. In play, yeah. Now, right.
I bet you haven't actually won 25
Oh
quid.
no, someone's won 25
yeah, exactly.
quid. Not us. Damn. Was that a leg by?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like those letters you used to get. 9 out of the 10 people on this letter have won £1 million £1,000,000.
Yes.
And your name was one of the 10.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. So Match Bingo. It's an app. It is for most of the proceeds go to National Stroke Society or something like that. Yeah. And it's basically bingo, but with sport. Now, I do have an issue with some of the graphics here because I've realised that a wide is a cricket bat hitting one out to offside, what looks like, with maybe an edge with one underneath it. Rather than just have an umpire standing there with his arms out, everyone would understand that that's a wide. But
send him an email.
Yeah, well, I'll have a word with the proprietor. I do know him, as that's worked out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Parag, who's looked all right, but he's only got 12 or 15. Ashwin's hit a couple of big 6s, he's 18 off 10, so they're going to retire him.
Well, we were saying in the green room, we were talking about how Ashwin played in this role a few times last year as a kind of pinch blocker so that they could delay the entry of Shimron Hetmeyer. Didn't see him launching Norkia for 6 over mid-wicket or taking Kuldeep on downtown either.
Yeah, Ashwin is smashed him again. Fuck me.
That's a great shot.
That is a great shot. He's been practicing the pull shot, and Norkia's not getting it up high enough. It's into the pitch and smashed over Cow once again for 6 more.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Well, if Nortja's not getting it up high enough, no one is.
No, I'll tell you who will be licking their lips with the thought of batting on this later. Mitch Marsh, his pull shot on a pitch that is true and not that quick could be some fun for Delhi.
Yeah, well, this is it. Norkia in again. That's full and driven straight back past over the head of. Who's at the other end?
Parag.
Parag, that's it. Over his head, down towards long on. It's fielded, and it is 1 run. Mitch Marsh, no doubt. I haven't seen his face, but he's got a slug on his lip as well, has he?
I think he does. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not on Moustache Watch in the same way that some people are. But
yeah, I bloody hate them. I think they're a fucking disgrace. Norkia is in. Short. Ooh, tempted to hike by Parag. Close to the edge, but nothing going, and it goes through to the keeper. And as I was 73 for 3, that's put a dent in my under 146 and a half. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, not sure how many of these we've done. Farong says, should I launch a challenging IPL quiz? It does have a Rajasthani theme. Go for it. Warren says, is everyone disappointed that Lawrence Fox is out of the running to become Mayor of London? Yes, because he might start singing again.
Singing?
Yeah, didn't you ever see him do his little My Lovely Horse on TV?
No, I never did. No.
Oh yeah, he did. He did. Went on some morning TV show and said, "No, I'm a singer now," and it was exactly like Father Ted who did My Lovely Horse. You know, no, wait, I'll get this. Joom. He's the worst.
Yeah. He's a fucking odd fish.
He's a turbo cunt.
He is. That word that we shouldn't really use, but what the hell? It's Guerrilla cricket.
Yeah, don't say turbo.
Yeah, so basically in match bingo, events happen and you get a little block. You don't have to really think about it because obviously it's bingo. That one is attempted to cut by Ashwin, but he gets an under edge, goes nowhere, and there is no run. So things like a dot ball off the third ball of an over will get you the equivalent of 2 little ducks 22. It's that kind of level of inanity. But it's bingo, but you get to win money if it happens.
But do you actually have to be the first person to press the button and say, I claim my win?
No, it does automatically, funny enough. And that is attempted to hoik into the leg side by Ashwin off of Axar Patel. Dart into his pads, and there is no run.
So is one of the entries on the line really difficult? That's what I'm guessing.
No, I mean, I guess that's the skill of the people who make the game, I guess, to a degree.
They're not giving 100 quid out left and right.
No, exactly. So, but there's a lot of events that can happen. As that's cut out into the offside, and there's no one. And of course, one of the faults that we did realise straight away was that full house could happen way before the end of the game. So then there's a supplementary pot for everyone who gets full houses up until the end of the game. There's a supplementary pot that gets shared with anyone else who gets a full house after the first person gets a full house, so you can play until the end of the game, which is a good idea.
Sounds perfectly simple. Still, maybe they've just completely screwed it up, and they'll have to pay everyone.
That would be a problem with their back end, as that one was bunted up to long off for a single. It was aerial for a while, but there's no one up inside the circle. That's cut by Ashwin out to point, and they'll get a single.
So, did either of you ever play online poker?
Yeah, I've played it. Yeah.
Well, did you hear about the Betfair software problem that they had?
No.
No, it's quite funny. They had these little. They used to have one table. Oh, you're bowling too quickly.
Played up to
it was over.
mid-on, but mid-on is back, so they will get 1 run. They think about 2 as a little bit of misfield and a crap throw. There isn't, and it's the end of the over 77-3.
So they had these little mini one-table tournaments, 6 people, and the first person would get like 70%, and the second player would get 30%, and everyone else would get nothing. So, as people often do, 6 people played one of these and say, "Oh, let's just go all in first hand. That'll be really funny." So they did, and they found out that the person who won the hand got first place, and everybody else got second place. So the first guy got 70% and everybody else got 30%. So it was paying 220%.
Nice. So everyone figured this out. And
So
basically,
this went then. This, unfortunately for Betfair, this happened at night when no one was in the office. So, so people were getting in the highest ones they could and just churning this churn, and then trying to withdraw their money the next morning before
they realised.
Before Betfair realised, and I think they got away with. I heard $1 million actually that it cost them. It was definitely 6 figures.
Nice.
That's a bad software. Hopefully something like that's happened with your bingo.
Well, that would be nice. We've got two numbers effectively on 2 lines currently. Kuldeep is in. He's probably. Do you think they'll just bowl him through? Probably, won't they? He's going to go for 15 in 2. That one's clipped into the leg side by Parag against his off single. He's only 15 off 19, but he can be explosive.
I think they'll save 1.
And do you think once? When do you have to make the sub by? You have to make it by a certain point in the innings, don't you?
No.
No, you can make it right away up until the last over. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm guessing that once Ashwin's out, or they'll maybe. I mean, you could sub Butler. You don't. He's not keeping, is he? Or is he? Oh, that's Ashwin straight up in the air. That could be out. Man, it's not going to drop short actually because the man's obviously down at mid-off and he hit it so poorly it went nowhere.
I mean, it doesn't matter who you sub out. You just sub out the worst fielder.
That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but you don't really want to sub out a bowler if you're bowling second, do you?
Well, no, obviously not. No.
I think they'll hold off. I mean, like Hetmeyer, for example, could come and go, couldn't he? And they'd probably rather Butler fielded than.
Yeah, it's Hetmeyer still a bit chubby. That one is pulled.
Ooh.
Nice shot by Parag. He's picked that up well. I'm assuming it's gone a long way back.
Yeah.
It has gone a long way back into the crowd. That's enormous. 6 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot. Dropped a little short, got into position well, and smoked it.
Yeah, he did indeed.
Not too many tweets. Farong sent us a picture of someone who I'm going to guess isn't a cricketer from the framing, but do you know who that is?
It's Parag, isn't it?
He says, one of the biggest names in Indian cricket and sport. It looks photoshopped though. The top of the head doesn't match the neck.
Yeah, it does look a bit weird.
But if we're not getting any tweets, I'll keep reading about Sam Bankman-Fried's sentencing.
Oh yes, please do. I don't
his mum says he's misunderstood. That's the latest.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. As you were telling us, that's a bit weird. But hey ho. Yeah. Anyway, my crypto's gone up. That's down leg side. Probably real wide. Unless he hit it. Nope, he didn't. It is a wide. I'm not going to bother playing an extra jingle. Can't be asked.
Lost his control a little bit here, Kuldeep.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
Gone
get hit,
short, gone
doesn't
wide.
he? Yeah. It's coming to the 13th over. Parag's been there a little while. He's just smashed a 6. Picked him up. That was a decent ball. Held it back a little bit.
Yeah, looked like the wrong one.
There's a extra cover in. He's pretty short, so there is no run.
I think your bet's in trouble here now.
Do you think it's it's still in play? They've still got to get what 80? No, 60. Oh, that's hit in the air, but wide out to long off. They think about 1. They're going to come back for 2. And they're going to make it pretty easily in the end. Yeah, it does look trouble. Only wickets basically.
We're getting some shots of Sourav Ganguly by the sidelines. Who's very suspicious grey stubble and jet black hair.
Well, yeah.
He looks like a dad
well,
who's taking his kids to the game.
Well,
he's doing a vox pop.
He always did.
He always did a bit. Yeah, it's true. It's because he always has all those round little professor glasses. Oh, that's a decent ball. That's the googly again from Kuldeep and prodded at by Parag. Beat the outside edge. Don't think it took it. The stumps were taken. He didn't move his back foot. It's the end of the over. 88 for 3.
I think Messi Jez was trying to play match bingo, but it was only available in the UK.
It is only available in the UK.
Well,
that is the problem.
That's what VPNs are for, mate.
Yeah. But you've got to have it. You know, this is the problem. They've actually got a proper gambling license. It is legit, and they've had investment. So you probably can get it up. You probably need a British bank account as well to be able to put money on.
That's all we've got on Twitter at the moment. As Ganguly It was one of the iconic images of early IPL when he took that wicket and then went on an Imran Tahir run with his comb over flopping up and down.
Oh, they reviewed it. What did they review
Missed
for?
it by a mile.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here.
Or did he?
Oh, did he? Oh, that's pretty close to the face of the bat, actually.
I don't know if they
think
did
he's
review
got
it.
that. I think he's edged that, hasn't he? No.
No. It's an optical illusion because it does look like it changed
shows-
direction.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it must be the shadow on the ball as it passes past the edge. There is nothing on ultra edge, therefore it's not going to be out. Don't think his back foot lifted. They're not even going to look for that.
They're doing something. Have you been? I remember talking to you about this before on air, Jack. Have you been following chess at all lately?
I've not been following chess recently, no.
No, my interest has dropped a bit as well. But I think if any of our Indian viewers are, they'll be quite excited because there are 3 Indian players in the candidates coming up.
Ooh.
3 out of 8 are Indian. Let me get them right now. It's Vidit, it's Pragnananda and Gukesh. And they're 3 of the 8 players battling it out to play Ding Liren for the world title.
That is basically a dart. I can bowl that into the deck. And it's
I could play chess.
Hoiked out a cow for a single.
It's been a tight spell from Akshar though. 17 runs off his 19 balls so far. He's got a well-defined role in this team. And he does it well.
Yeah, to a degree. Well, that was a little bit more floaty. That was a pretty decent delivery actually. I was about to cuss him, but that was a pretty decent one. Got it up and down pretty quick. It was leading edge all the way out to point. No run. 1 run, sorry. Current run rate 6.75. That gets me home. I can imagine that picking up to. He used to get to 7, doesn't it? That's the problem. Oh, he's out. Oh, I've got a wicket. I thought that was going for 6. Ashwin has gone. Was it Ashwin or was it Parag? It was Ashwin, wasn't it?
I think it was Ashwin, yeah.
It's gone for another 6 over cow corner, but there is a man out there. Who was that?
Stubbs.
Stubbs has called it out at cow. Ashwin goes. That's probably the perfect result, isn't it, for Rajasthan?
I think that's better than expected.
Yeah,
That's
29 off 15. Gets out the way for Hetmeyer, and then maybe they sub in Rodman Powell for the last bit. And he goes for 29 off 15, so we have to say goodbye to Ashwin.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
What are you looking for? See if he went back onto the... He was nowhere near the fucking sponge.
No, you don't need smart decision system for that one. I don't think they can sub Rodman Powell in unless they started with 3 overseas.
Right.
We think they did, didn't they?
They did start with 3 overseas.
I thought it was Butler, Hetmeyer and Bolt in the lineup.
Is that what it was? It might have been.
Yeah.
In that case, they could.
And presumably, yeah, it's Butler or Hetmeyer, isn't it? In fact,
No, but then I don't think you have to sub out an overseas in that case.
Oh right.
But it doesn't. Not that it really matters.
We'll see. It's a nice surprise when it happens.
But it makes sense. You let Hetmeyer blaze away until he's out, and then sub him out.
Well, they've sent Jarrell, so.
Yeah. Well, Jarrell's first ball is clipped off its pads nicely out to deep backward square. It'll be a single. And they move on to 90 for 4 with 6 and a bit overs left, and then they only need. Oh fuck! I already fucked that up, didn't I? Yeah. They're easily going to get to 146.
You're kind of close on that one, Jack, because it's Ryan Parag's uncle.
Oh, is it?
Who's a big businessman, apparently.
Oh, right. Played up to long off for a single.
He's the executive chairman of the company that owns the Rajasthan Royals.
So that's why Rian Parag has played 70 matches.
Yeah.
Nepotism rears its ugly head again. Yep.
Indeed. Into the pads once more by Axar. It'll be a single, I think, only, out into the deep. Decent over. 25 runs off it and a wicket for Axar Patel. He's gone for 21 off his 4.
Time out.
Fucking strategic time out. Go and have some ads, peeps.
Yeah, I'm going to say here, Parag's on 26 of 26. I'm going to say this isn't one of the worst 26 of 26 you'll see.
No.
Sometimes you see these innings and they're diabolically bad. I'd say this is just bad.
Right. Now, I've got a square here. What do you reckon that... This is the problem. It does help if you reckon you know what that means. What does that 25 over 29 mean?
I don't know. I'm not sure this is making the scintillating radio you think that it's making.
No, I'm not. I don't think it's making scintillating radio, but... I'm trying to figure out what the fuck.
Can you share a screenshot of it on Twitter?
Actually, they do have something.
Yeah, because then people at home could help out. At the moment, it's
right. Now I know what it is.
Okay.
That's what we got. Batter out or finishes innings not out on 25 to 29 runs.
You see, that's the hard one.
Yes,
that's the hard one.
And Ashwin got 29,
which is no good.
No, it is good because it's 25 to 29 inclusive.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought it had... Are you sure it's not getting 25 off 29?
No, batter out or finishes innings not out on 25 to 29 runs.
Oh, okay.
Ashwin, 29. So we've got that. So now we need someone to get a 3 off the third ball of an over, I think.
That's
You're fucked there,
that's
mate.
a bit tricky.
Yeah. And a leg bye off the fifth ball of an over will get us a line.
That's not impossible.
That's not impossible.
Tough.
Yeah.
Probably only 4 leg byes and innings.
I mean, I'm expecting one square to be a UFO lands on the pitch or something like that.
No, there are some tricky ones. We got to catch off a third ball of an over. I presume that's what that is.
A bye off the third ball of an over. That's going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's regularly not a single bye. Anyway.
I presume the ones in red are the ones we've got. That's what I'm hoping, anyway.
Anyway,
sorry, yeah.
I was listening to cricket podcast yesterday. You had a milestone yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, it was our 500th episode of the cricket podcast.
Well
yesterday,
done.
Yeah, which is, I think it's our 5th year. In business.
You keep them. It's hard to keep up sometimes. Actually, it's hard to listen to them all.
Yes,
you do crack them out.
Yes, they. Yeah, we know that.
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
Well, I think the nature, because it's quite a topical podcast.
Yeah.
So if you don't know what it is, we do lots of match reviews and test match reviews and previews and things like that. The nature of it is, though, that listeners will go up and down depending on whether the game was exciting or not. So you'll do a wrap up of day one of a test match, and it might be 250 for 6. Nothing has happened at all, basically, and. You know, why would people listen to that in a sense? Or it could be yesterday's IPL match, which breaks all sorts of records. And
everyone wants to.
Yeah, everyone's having a crack on it. Yeah.
Are you doing that live as well on YouTube?
Yeah, so we do them on Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays throughout the IPL.
So you want a good game on a Wednesday, Friday, or a Sunday, basically.
That's good. For Sunday, is pretty dependable because there's the 4 weekend matches. There's 2 on Sunday. Wednesdays and Fridays can be. There's always a bit of a gamble.
Hit
there.
or miss.
Yeah.
Well, this is my last over, and Jack's going to take through the last 5, although I will be here with him, and Messi will join us. Right, Khalil is back to bowl his final over. He's got 1 for 9 so far, around the wicket. Ooh, nearly squeezes that through Guerrilla. Inside edge pad goes behind, gotten by the keeper, and there's no run. Dot ball, good start to the over.
A massive shout from the bowler for one that looked like a
Big
really clear inside edge, yeah.
I think that's what Pant is saying.
He's saying maybe pad, bat.
I'm sorry. I don't think physics is working in Khalil's favour here. Good ball though. Another good one. 9 for 1 off his 3 overs so far.
He has bowled well. We're going to have a look at the replay. It is difficult to tell from that. Might sneakily be inside edge first.
I mean, this is certainly a better performance from Delhi so far, isn't it?
It's much better, and Khalil has played a big part of that. Like, I don't think it's a secret that Delhi's home-grown seam bowling contingent or Indian seam bowling contingent is pretty pants. So they need someone to step up.
Well, Khalil has cramped. Was it Parag for room? Maybe thought it was going to get up a bit higher, but he ended up sort of
fending.
Get
off me.
Yeah, exactly. Almost trying to get out of the way and managed to jab a hand down on it and knock it into the leg side. They got what will be a leg bye. Was it third ball of the over? That's the question. It wasn't.
Second ball of the over, and it was a run.
And it was a run. So
not a lot going for you there.
No, he punched it. God damn.
Yeah, speaking of, Warren says, man suspended from a door, number 4.
Good.
And Leah says, now that Butler has turned shit at white ball stuff, let's just mulch him. How can you mulch someone with those eyes?
He's actually been pretty good, I think, in T20s recently. Did he top run scorer in the SA20?
I have no idea. Oh, that's a fucking great little pickup. Has he got enough on it? Yeah, he has. That's a great pickup shot. Was that Drew for Jarrell? Or was that Parag?
I'm not sure, actually. They both look quite
They
similar.
both look really quite similar. I can't remember who's at the right end. Whatever it was a big six. One of these. Unhelpfully, the end of that name seems to have an N on it.
Rian Parag. Rian, that's what it is.
Okay. Fucking hell. Confusing.
Or maybe Butler wasn't top run scorer, but he did quite well. Maybe there was a South African who went nuts, wasn't there?
I honestly didn't pay
Riley Rickleton.
any attention at all.
Yeah. Round the wicket, full toss, low down full toss outside the off stump. Parag gets hold of that one too. This time it goes out to the backward point boundary for the 4. Still in with a shout here if they get a wicket, under 146 and a half. I mean, it's unlikely.
Yeah, I think that's not happening, I'm afraid, Bear. There's a bit of an overcorrection there from Khalil. He was actually doing a good job back of a length. He went a little bit short of the ball before and got hit for 6. I don't think...
That's more to do with the line, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he really needed to go for that Yorker, and it got a treatment.
Well, that one has been slammed up. Has he got enough of that? Well, he didn't have enough of it to take it for 6, but he got it into a space out at wide laugh. Laugh is pretty straight. That's 4 more.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
That's a good shot.
It was, but again, you've had success doing a thing, and he's looking for the Yorker again there. Bowls a half volley wide of off stump, and Rian Parag, he hasn't even really had to time that to score a pretty simple 4. I mean, that's the sort of thing that you just have to throw your hand through the ball.
Yeah, true. It's not a great ball.
It's easily done. It's safe from the sidelines.
Oh, of course, yeah, but
you get a notion in your head, you get a theory, and it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Ooh, we got another one there. 4 off a 4th ball of an over. Khalil round the wicket, slower ball, bouncer. It wasn't really a bouncer, but it was short. And it was wide of off stump and slow, and Parag couldn't get hold of that one, so it will be a dot ball. 108 for 4 off 15. We're going to have a switcheroo. Wow. Only the fact we're going to have switcheroos. Andy's going to leave us.
See you, Andy.
And Messi is going to join us, and Jack is going to take over from me, and I'm going to take over from Jack.
Yeah, Rajasthan's starting to get going a little bit now. I think it was 15 off that over, and Rian Parag, we were saying he was on 26 off 26, and it wasn't the worst 26 off 26 you'll see in the IPL, and now he's jumped up to 40 off 30, which is looking a little bit healthier from a strike rate perspective, and they've got an outside chance at 170 here.
They have indeed. I have not got my IPL radar in when it comes to run rates of 15 overs.
Well, it did look really hard to bat for the first 8 or 9, and then Ashwin came in and freed them up a little bit, which isn't necessarily what we expected to be saying, but is what has happened.
It is indeed.
Expectations are often frustrated in the IPL, as you well know, Jack. I heard you talking about how you use the predictions you got right in your subsequent podcasts, and they will die away as the season goes on.
Yeah. There's it's so volatile, T20, that the best of intentions when it comes to prognostication will often come back and bite you in the arse.
Oh, of course. I laugh. I see these. I get these emails of Jared doing all this fucking stuff.
Oh,
and I wonder by the end how much of it has turned out to be a load of hogwash,
It's very difficult to predict. There's not really. I mean, the seasons are so short as well. You get 3 or 4 good balls and you can look like you had a trash year, but that's not necessarily what happened. Anyway, Mukesh Kumar's back into the attack. He bowls one. Well, it's kind of an innocuous slot delivery outside off stump, and Guerrilla heaves it into the leg side. 4 runs through mid wicket.
Got break dancers this year.
Yeah. This is where Delhi will struggle, you would think. They've not got much in the way of death bowling as a team. I think they've got one of Kuldeep up their sleeve, a couple of Mukesh Kumar, and he started badly. And then Norkia coming back from injury.
Got a couple left, I think.
Yeah, but he's liable to go around the park if things don't quite work for him. Mukesh goes wide of off stump, and it's a good piece of fielding by the man at backward point to prevent
I do often
4.
wonder why. I mean, they insist on always going back to pace at the end of the game, and it often goes for runs. I think you've got to think a bit more out of the box. So look, spinners can get taken downtown, but you get it wrong as a pace bowler, you can equally go for fucking shitloads over square leg, and sometimes take a chance.
I think that's potentially true. It's like a slightly more high variance approach. That like a spinner is probably more likely to go for 3 or 4 boundaries than a seam bowler. But
they're gonna try that, and they're more likely to get away with it, I suppose.
Equally, maybe more likely to bowl a couple of dot balls.
Yeah. So. It's a variation of pace, I suppose, for a spinner. If you get it slightly wrong, they've got more time. At this level, they'll pick you up very quickly and deposit you.
And then you need to be comfortable in that role as well. Like some spinners probably don't have that much experience bowling at that point in the game. As a wide full ball from Mukesh is poked at by Parag, there'll be no run.
If I'm honest, I always think, are you up for the challenge? I think everyone. I mean, I used to love bowling at people when they were trying to go after me in limited over situations. It's part of the challenge, isn't it? Trying to, sometimes you do, sometimes you win, but.
Yeah, but I think like if you think about it from a personal point of view, and how you're going to get your next big contract, bowling 4 overs in the middle where you get knocked around at 7 and over.
Well, yeah.
It looks a lot better when the next auction comes around, because people won't remember that you bowled all your overs at the death. Mukesh in again on the legs and flicked stylishly away by Parag, who'll pick up 4 just behind square.
Nice shot.
2 + 2 is on man.
Poor ball. Oh, volley on the pads, wasn't it? And there's a gap down there.
Yeah.
But there's an upside to that too, Jack, because I would imagine that the frequency rate for wickets is much higher in the last couple of overs.
Well, that's why I like bowling at the end.
Absolutely.
You might get smashed, but I like taking wickets. And
yes, you're much more likely to get wickets, but I don't know if everyone thinks like that.
Well, I'm naming the game as a bowler. Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, are you a timid bowler, or do you want,
A pretty good ball from Mukesh there. Yorker wide of off stump. Parag tries a kind of helicopter shot, falls over onto his knees in the process, and misses it. So it will be a dot.
I might be in this in the last over. Just. They'll probably be 3 or something.
Well, Rajasthan. 145.
Yeah, Rajasthan are up to 117, so Bear thinks that there might be basically 30 or fewer runs off the next 25 balls.
No, there'll be at least 40.
I would have thought that would be where I'd be putting my money, in the 40 to 45 range.
But I'm still hoping for the lucky wickets.
I mean, I'm hoping for them to reach 65 or something.
Mukesh in, 2 full, and that's been hit back over his head for 6 runs.
That's it. That's me done.
My lowest GPL pick is 333, so I need him to score 166.
That's a 50 for Parag.
Well battered.
Yeah.
And he's got a 34, and he was going on a run a ball for quite a while, wasn't he? Or less even. Yeah. So he's picked it up pretty nicely, which allows me to find a jingle.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
He's been the rising man for a long time, Rian Parag. That's only his 3rd IPL 50, and he's played a lot of games. Elevated to 4 for this season's IPL. Traditionally, he's batted 5, 6 or 7 even for Rajasthan. So a nice story for him, albeit that he is an Andrew Tate fan, and therefore I'm not going to drop the C-bomb again in one stint, but I'll let it simmer.
That was an excellent word you used, Jack. I'm impressed. I got to say, it's a great word.
It's a little bit more commonplace.
Not what I've heard before. Did you coin it?
What was that?
The Turbo C.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I've heard it before. As a short leg side one from Coldeep is swept around the corner by Guerrilla. Might feel he missed out on that a little bit, but he at least scores. Brings Parag back on strike. 4 overs to go, or 3.5 overs.
They won't bother with Rob and Pow now, will they?
Well, we'll see. I mean, like, Shimron is probably in next, isn't he? And
yeah.
That will get them near to the end as Coldeep bowls one wide off stump. It's slashed up in the air and will bounce once before finding the fielder out of deep cover. Just a single.
They can't make a substitution now. They have to do it in the first 14 overs of the innings.
That's in the BBL. You can do whatever you want in the IPL.
In the IPL.
No, you can do what you want.
I thought
it's there's nowhere that really tells you this for sure. Wide, I mean, that should have been a wide. Guerrilla slings his bat at it, and I think he did get an under edge. It will run down through where first slip would have been and go for 4. So you can see what Coldeep's trying to do. He's trying to keep the ball wide of off stump, and he's just pushed that one a little bit too far.
Wide, yeah. It was very, very wide. But if you get 4 instead of a wide, I suppose you take the 4, wouldn't you?
I think so, yeah. It's probably quite close.
You might get a dot off the extra ball, so you might as well take the 4, I'd say.
Coldeep gets that in the right area, and a nice piece of fielding, so it's whacked down the ground. Dave Warner slides, picks it up one-handed, but they do get back for a 2, I think, there, so it was good running. Good cricket all round.
Good cricket all round. He closed his hand over the top of that one, dragged it down a little bit.
Yeah, Dave Warner, he didn't quite field it cleanly, which gave him the opportunity to come back for a second.
Still not a bad fielder at 30, whatever he is, 6, 7.
No, he's alright, yeah. Maybe not quite as quick as he used to be, but good pair of hands.
Very good pair of hands, yeah.
Guerrilla faces up. He's on 15 off 9 now. Coldeep in, fires that one in very flat and short, and Guerrilla doesn't make the most of it. Just flicks it round the corner for a single to deep square.
Very much got away with that. That was a poor ball.
And a nice bit of brotherly love here as Sumit will tie the lace of Rian Parag before the next ball is faced. What are you looking for there, Bear?
I've got to change the title.
Oh, right, fair enough. There's a ball left of Coldeep's spell. He's gone for 9 off this over, which isn't too bad in the 17th over of a game. Unfortunately, he's sort of let it go a little bit with the final delivery. A little bit short, and Parag can rock back, hoik it over deep mid-wicket for 6. A minor commentator's curse there, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Jez, do we have any tweets?
We do indeed. So Leah says, now that Butler has also turned shit at white ball stuff, let's just mulch him, okay? Diana Patterson says, I love this commentary. I don't know, I don't care, and I can't be bothered. I presume that was Andy, but it could equally well be Bear, I suppose. And Leah says, how to mulch someone with those eyes, you ask? Easy, just feed him headfirst into the wood chipper to avoid being swayed by that Bambi look. That's a pretty rugged thing for just a couple of poor innings. He hasn't had a good year, though. He had, a good 6 months, as Joss.
No, well, I mean, I was saying in our podcast, I thought that might not be a bad thing for him. I mean, he was touted as the greatest thing since sliced bread 2 years ago, and then he kind of fell off, had a shit World Cup, captaining England, and looked to me, you know, he had the 1,000-yard stare at the end of the World Cup, and maybe being out of the limelight and not being touted all these things maybe might do him some good. Maybe he'll find some form.
I'm sure.
I mean, Sam Curran's going through the same sort of thing, isn't he?
Norkia in, short, wide off stump, and Guerrilla plays the most extraordinary shot, runs all the way across and scoops it. Well, scoops it along the floor for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan
Well,
She.
my hopes. Well, we're in the 17th over now.
Yeah, this is
battered. They're going to be about 180 now.
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, like I wasn't lying when I said Delhi are spectacularly shit in this phase of the game. Last 5 overs, they really haven't got the bowling options that you need at this level. As Nortje's in again, and he scooped it onto his stump. So there's a wicket. Commentators goes again. Guerrilla gone. 20 off 12 for him. Nortje celebrates double fist bump. Let's have the jingle.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
It's actually really...
It's kind of nice as a bowler when you bowl a ball that's about 4 feet outside the off stump and it's a bowl.
I thought it was a good piece of bowling though from Nortje. He can see what Jarrell's thinking. He gets it full enough to cause him a problem, and Jarrell's clearly not in control of the shot. He's hit it onto off stump, so probably a deserved victory for Nortje there.
Yeah, it's not bad innings. 20 off 12 though, is it?
I think you take it at this stage. Yeah, Hetmeyer's going to be the next man in, the left-handed West Indian middle order hitter.
It sounds like this.
I'm Shimron Hetmeyer. Sounds like an Israeli president.
Is Shimron a biblical name?
May well be. I don't know.
Well, I'm just wondering how,
He's Guyanese, isn't he? So maybe I don't know how Guyanese names work. It could be a local name. It could be biblical, as you say.
They scored 84 in the last 7 overs, which isn't bad.
It's pretty good.
Not too bad. I mean, how long's left in this innings? There's 16 balls. Hetmeyer, we've seen him do some pretty extraordinary things. He's kind of a weird one in that he spends most of the year not doing anything, then rocks up at the IPL every year.
Well,
and,
I bet he loves that, doesn't he? I mean, he
pumps people all over the place.
Exactly. Works for 2 months of the year. Probably makes 300 grand, probably.
Yeah. Well, he does play other leagues. He's just not as good in them.
Yeah.
Takes a single out to deep mid-wicket first ball. A good Yorker from Nortje.
I mean, that's it. I mean, if you could rock around the world playing cricket, okay, the big sportsmen earn millions. But I mean, shit, if I was getting 300 grand a year for working 4 months in various places around the world, I'd probably take that.
I'd have thought. I'd have thought he picked up a few other pretty decent contracts, hasn't he? So he's got his IPL one. He got the 100 recently for 100 grand, I think.
Yeah, well, there you go.
CPL will probably be another 100.
Yeah.
And then he does either a full wide one from Nortje, possibly a full toss there, but
probably does some BBL and SAT20 as well.
Well, SAT20 or the ILT20, whichever one of them's paying him the most. I'm sure he does that, and it probably is $1 million, isn't it? Plus some image rights and whatever.
The ILT, there's a fucking T10 out there as well. You get paid a stupid amount. It's about $500,000, isn't it? Paying the ILT10 or whatever it is.
No, you're kidding. $500,000. That's
I think they all want 500 grand paying that stupid T10 thing.
Nortje bangs it in wide off stump, and Parag slashes at it, and Dave Warner, I don't know, he lets it bounce through to him. Perhaps he could have gone for something really spectacular there, but in the end decides to guarantee the single rather than risk the wicket and potentially concede 4.
I see Fat had an amazing start to this competition. He's got about 5 runs, hasn't he, and about 11 balls or something.
It wasn't great last night. He had a decent opening match. I think he got 30 off 20 or something like that, so it's sort of 1 win, 1 loss for Faf fans.
He's getting a bit old.
Yes, still got a rocking bod though, and that's what matters. Short ball from Nortje, punt, fumbles it. I think they'll get through for a single, and I imagine that will have to be re-bowled. That looked a bit widey to me. Surely that's going to be a wide. We haven't seen the signal, but it does look like Nortje's going back to his mark, so I'm going to call that one a wide.
No. Maybe gloved it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it's given us a 1, so he must have gloved it. Well, who's reviewing it? The batting side reviewing it, thinking they want a wide.
It's not really clear, to be honest. I think the umpire has given this as runs. It looked to me like it just went over his head and should be a wide. But we've got a review. We're having a look at it now. Shimron Hetmeyer is swinging. It's quite a way down the leg side. Does it hit any part of him?
No.
It does not.
So that should be a wide.
It should be a wide. I mean, like, sometimes they're a little bit more lenient on leg side deliveries if they're a bouncer. So we'll see. Umpire says buys.
Yeah,
The decision is upheld, not a wide.
Slightly.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's a bit weird. Yeah, so the batting side did review a wide. Essentially, they wanted a wide, didn't they?
Yes.
And an extra ball.
So it was given as runs. It's now buys, but not a wide. Thrilling.
Bad luck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good try.
Oh, wait, hold on. What ball of the over was
That was the
then?
6th ball of the over,
Oh.
so don't get too excited.
We wanted to buy off the third ball.
Yep.
Kieran Roseblade says the trouble with T20 and especially the IPL is there's no narrative, no real spells of tension. It's just wicket 6, 4 wide. How's that? .1.
I don't know about that. The IPL's
Some big fat has been who can't really field but can bring in a crowd.
the
I think
IPL's
that's
rich
a
in
bit
narrative
unfair.
this year. We've got
Well, if you follow it,
see
it is.
the
If you
greatest
don't,
catch ever taken.
Exactly.
By
What's
MSD.
this?
oh my goodness.
Oh God.
It was imagine a man in a Sabutio goalkeeper pose,
Yes.
and then imagine that man knocked over, and then imagine he catches a ball at the end of it, and you've basically got the gist of it. But it set the internet wild. A wide ball from Mukesh. No demands, no quibbles about that one.
Yeah, I mean, we had that on our. I think everyone had it on their Facebook page, didn't they? He dived 2.8 meters apparently, or something.
I think it was 2.2. It's not even a big
It was a-
dive.
No, it's not. He's not
It
a
was
big.
a
He's not
decent
a tall man.
catch, but you know.
Oh, yeah,
If you hadn't taken it, you would have said that's a bad drop.
If you're not taking that and you're a professional wicketkeeper, you shouldn't be a professional wicketkeeper. Is my
Yes.
take. It was a good catch though. And like, he is 42. We should remember that. Mukesh Kumar bowls full and concedes a single to Shimron Hetmyer, who doesn't time it.
Well, I'm out now. 146.5 has just been beaten.
Oh well.
And they've still got 11 balls left.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a good 20 off these 11 balls to post a score.
Yes.
Yeah, I think 160. I think I can get to 170. They'll be happy-ish. I think.
Trent Bolt looks like he's padded up to be the next man in, so maybe our super sub theory.
No, maybe they think they don't need it. They need the
Yeah.
bowling.
So yeah, well,
My prediction is 170 be plenty. I think.
Oh, I did. I've got a buy. I don't know how I got
Delhi
that.
will do really well at first. Everybody think, oh, well, doing well, and then they'll fall in the heat and be out 125.
full again from Mukesh Kumar. That's 2 really good Yorkers in a row there, and another single this time knocked down to long on by Parag. Brings Hetmyer back on, who probably is the danger man here.
Ah, no, right. Mine was the reason I got 3 dots there is because I can have a buy awarded on 4th, 5th, or 6th ball over there. I'm starting to get what the fucking semaphore means on here now.
I don't think we should let you play bingo on air, Bear.
I said I would. We're doing it one day a week. We'll get it, you know.
Dear God.
It's a charity.
If you're going to do it, you're going to have to include a spot on the screen where your bingo card is showing, so we can all.
Oh, well, that's a bad delivery. Full toss on the leg side, and Shimron Hetmyer has dealt with it. Slog sweep for 6, and a big smile.
Well, that's a worthwhile. Useless fucking breakdance. What's that? Rubbish.
Good shot.
He has
Good
got a
shot.
great smile, though, hasn't he? I mean, just to see that beam come across his face.
He's
is
got
almost
fucking
worth
tubby though, hasn't he? I mean, I remember when he first started, he was really quite a lean machine, and he quickly sort of tubbed out a bit, and he's never really got it back.
Ah,
Oh,
come on.
I can relate.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's in his fucking 20s.
We're waiting for the ball to be thrown back.
That's when it happened to me, too. Never look back.
Somebody wants a souvenir, and they're refusing to return the ball, so there's a minor delay in game. Well, we
I
wait
think
for
we're
that.
at a baseball game.
I mean, he's a bit Samit Patel now, isn't he? Let's face it.
I don't think I'd go that far.
I don't know.
I feel like he's a little bit more athletic. Full again from Mukesh. carved through the
Oh,
offside,
that's a
and
good
wow,
shot.
that's a very good shot actually. It didn't
Found
look
the
like
gap.
he'd hit that before, but he did.
Well, he knew it was. We
And if you
didn't.
kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a
Yeah,
boundary.
they've kind of fallen apart here, haven't they? Delhi?
Well, yeah, Mukesh Kumar's got one idea in his mind, and that's the Yorker. He's hit two of them, bowled a wide, bowled one that was a full toss, went to 6, one that's another full toss and gone for 4. So, you know, it shows the
lack of
options and the lack of, well, the risk that you take if you've only got one idea in your mind as well.
Surely that's down to the bowling coach, isn't it? I mean, he must be good enough to have a slower short ball and a few more options, and certainly that's someone teaching him or suggesting it to him and saying practice it.
Let's see, that one wasn't too bad. It's on the wide line. I don't know if it will be given. Rishabh Pant appealed, actually, so there was a slash from Hetmeyer, and we will see the
more
countdown
of a
timer.
pleading appeal, wasn't it, though?
Oh, they're going to review it. A review with a shrug, which doesn't inspire confidence.
No.
Then he walks back to where he was wicket keeping. So it's
yeah.
The DRS process in the IPL does seem to take a long time as well. I mean
how long? What are we on now? So they've been out there for this game's been going for an hour and 46. It's not great, is it?
Still another over to go.
Still another over to go.
And they take it just because they've got it. I still think T20s should go back to one DRS.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
so many times. I mean, even in the World Cup, hardly anyone used the fucking review anyway. I mean, a lot of games you don't often see it reviewed. I guess with this you can review wides and shit. So
yeah.
But it's all just advertising time, isn't it?
Well, that's the weird thing. These reviews don't have a crashing plane or a tire rotating them.
Well, wasn't it? An Indo posted something that it's sort of plateaued on the money making for the teams or something. I didn't read the article yet. I meant to read it, but I haven't actually got round to reading it yet.
Yeah, but that's for the teams rather than for the whole IPL. But yeah, they're showing us the thing, and they didn't start off with an Emirates jet or a Seat thing or anything. They always used to be. What was that? PayTM used to be the sponsor of all the reviews, didn't it?
Let's have a look. It looks like there's a massive gap between bat and ball. It's definitely not wide.
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's not out. I thought this was supposed to speed it up, wasn't it? Isn't this the smart replays or whatever it's called?
well, they've allegedly learned from what they do in the 100, where the replays are quite quick. But you know, they allegedly doing a lot of work in that sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, surely it's just having technology that fucking works and people who know how to operate it. Because it seems to me that it always seems to be a glitch when it doesn't work.
Because I mean, it was obvious from the first play that it wasn't out.
Yeah.
But he said, "I'll play that again and do a few more frames," for no apparent reason. You know, it could have been 15 seconds shorter each time. Anyway,
here comes Mukesh to complete his spell. 1 for 47 with a ball to go. It's wide of off stump. It's slashed and it will go over backward point. Be fielded by the man running around from third man, and they get back for a 2. Probably would have been run out with a decent throw there, but a bit of a noodle arm from the bloke on the boundary. So 160 for 5 with an over to go.
Sorry, I've picked up the wrong stuff on my fucking thing.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, where we teach Grandad how to use social media.
Yeah. Fuck off. Leah says, "Dear BCCI, for a mere €50,000, I'll grace your commentary with my cricket knowledge that is deeper than KP's, and obscene German that is more entertaining than the Shastri."
They're looking for one short as well now, aren't they?
I mean, that's clearly not one short, though, is it?
It's bats over the line there.
I don't think KP's cricket knowledge is lacking. It's just that he doesn't share it in commentary. He's.
I think it might be.
You reckon? It's so irritating. God. And the thing is, you're doomed with IPL. Either you get KP or you get Hayden.
Or Sunil Gavaskar.
Danny Morrison.
Yeah.
Is Norkia full? Oh, edged. It goes through first slip. That'll run away for 4. It's a good ball, but it's a win for the batter.
Well, win for the batter. That's the problem I was saying with pace. You know, you get it slightly wrong, it's flying.
And they've got a guy on the circle at second slip.
Yeah.
There's someone there for exactly that to happen, but he's squeezed it unintentionally into
Through
the space.
first slip.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the GPL is now achievable.
164
needs another couple of runs. But
for 5. Norkia short, pulled. This is going to go through mid-wicket. There's no fielder there. It'll be another 4. Great shot from Jarrell. Not Jarrell, Parag.
Parag, yeah. Dramas are off and running.
Yeah, this is where Parag will really make his money. He's not that useful against spin, and we saw him get a little bit bogged down earlier on. But against seam bowling, he's been excellent recently, particularly in the Saib Mushtaq Ali Trophy, which is India's equivalent of the T20 Blast.
Okay.
I think he averaged like a bazillion with a strike rate of 200 this year.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Norkia in again, wide of off stump, and that's going to be 6 back over his head. That's a great shot.
I mean, hitting Norkia back over his head is pretty good going, let's be honest. And it's quick.
2, 4, 6.
Oh, they got up to 170. They're trying to get over 180 now. I mean, that's a pretty good recovery from where they were when Butler went down.
Rian
so
Parag.
they scored,
they
scored 58 in the first 10 overs. They've scored twice that in the second 20.
Yeah, that's crazy. Rian Parag gave a little nod to Shimron Hetmeyer there, so I wonder if they'd had a conversation about what Norkia might do next, and it had come off from a batting point of view. I wonder what Norkia does here. So pace on has gone 4-4-6, and Parag's looking very comfortable. I'm not sure Norkia is a guy who has much of a slower ball.
No. Might have a slow ball bouncer.
As he trundles in.
No.
Another edge through first slip, and it's going to be 4 runs. Wide of off stump, slash, and well, fortuitous 4.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
18 off the first 3 balls of the over.
Yeah. I mean, that's... Yeah, that could fly to hand, couldn't it? But it's also a kind of a risk. You bowl a ball out there and get anything
that's
on
what
it,
I
and
mean.
it's 4 runs.
At least a spinner, if he gets an edge, it still could go for 4, but unlikely to.
178 for 5 now. So yeah, as you were saying, added 18 off these 4 balls. There's still 2 to go. It's going to be a 9 and over chase now, which is going to be difficult. Sure, and it's going to be more than 9 and over.
Oh, that's a great shot. Went a long way up, but a long way back.
Yeah, pulled for 6. Shimron Hetmeyer has his head in his hands in admiration.
24. What's the highest over in an IPL game? It's about 28, isn't it?
I think. Well, there was a 30 last year.
Okay.
The last over of an innings, and I think Jadeja's done a 35 with a no ball in there as well.
Harsh.
Rishabh Pant is wondering whether he could have maybe delayed his comeback to cricket, I think, right now. 4-4-6-4-6. What can Parag do off the last ball of the innings? 83 or 44 for him. Flick it down the leg side, and it will just be a single. So the innings wraps up 184 for 5. Parag, the star man, 84 or 45 for him. Hetmeyer gets 14 off 7. Jarrell had a little flutter with 20 off 11, and Ashwin as well, 29 off 20 for him. The guys at the top, who we thought would be the powerhouse for Rajasthan Royals, didn't really get going today. Jaiswal, Butler and Sampson all getting low scores with a low strike rate, but Rajasthan as a whole are going to feel quite happy, I think, Bear, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's a really good recovery. I mean, they're 31 for 2 after 6. They lost another one. They were 40 or 37 for 3 or something stupid like that after about 7 or 8.
Yep.
So I mean,
8 overs. They were 38 for 3.
That's some last 12 overs, isn't it? 140 runs off 12. It's pretty much 11 and over for the last overs there. Parag, brilliant innings. Smashing it all over the place. 25 off that last over. And 84, I think it was, not out. In a bench here, nearly a strike rate at 200, and at one point he was going at less than a run a ball. So that's what happens if you stick there and you've got the powerhouse, and he got himself there. And it's a good score. No, I wonder if DC can chase it.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably not.
Okay. Messages, any tweets? What do you think?
I think they'll start well and then fall in a heap. I think Warner will score 40 off 30 and get out. Marshall score a quick 25, and Pat might make a few, but I can't see them doing it. Sorry, Farong has shared a picture for us of some guys at the tea stalls that he used to go to. The live match from Guerrilla Cricket has saved my sanity, if I ever had any in the first place. Watching on my new phone, listening here on my old phone. The 8 previous games I've had to tune in to the Hindi channel to save me from KP and Co. So yeah, we're up to date on the tweets. Kieran's been carrying on some length about his description of what T20 cricket is, and how somebody should have to wear an iron glove for one ball and over just to make it more interesting. Gil Tom is with us. Says in biblical names, the meaning of the name Shimron is thorn or dregs. That's not a great name to have. Yeah, that's it. Are we going to take a break or are we going to waffle?
I think we'll take a break, won't we?
Yeah, there's 10-15 minutes sometimes.
We'll play our podcast, the last one
Excellent.
we did. I could play one of your podcasts, but I suppose I should play ours because it's us. But your podcast is probably pretty good as well, and probably more knowledgeable than ours.
They go on for fucking ever. They're too long, your podcasts sometimes.
Oh,
Yeah,
shut
that's
up.
the problem.
Latest episode, here we go. I think this is what we thought was going to happen in the IPL.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
Yeah, hold that please, level 5, thank you. Ah, you must be one of our new interns.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet you.
Hi. Now the most important thing to know is to in the Biparcel Rise plug sale.
The most important thing is what? Sorry.
The single most important thing is to in the Channelized Bin Bingus of the Biparcel Rise plug sale, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that sounds important.
Does work chat all sound like gibberish to you? Find collaborative articles with tips from the LinkedIn community to help you get through those tricky conversations. Making work make sense? LinkedIn knows how.
Here at the Virgin Games Development Hub, we run hundreds of tests to make sure our players get the most thrilling experiences, whether they're playing in the bar or on the train. We even test the perfect amount of free spins you get when you play £10, which is 30.
Get 30 free spins when you play £10. Virgin Games. Serious about playing. Visit virgingames.com. 18 plus, UK only. New members only. Must opt in. Free spins on double bubble, 1p coin size, max size, 30-day expiry. Full rules at virgingames.com. Play responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bishop and Bear, and we sit at the old bar in the Bishop and Bear on the cusp, the night before the start of IPL 2024. Goodness me, and it will go on for an eternity, basically.
Yes.
I mean,
66 days, is it not?
40. Never mind 40 days and 40 nights. It's double that and add a bit, I think. Anyway, we're definitely going to talk about that, and I'm delighted that sitting on the bar stool of bravado is none other than our IPL odds and sods whiz kid is Andy Ward. Hello, Andy.
Hello. Rather by default, the two sweetest words in the English language.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll take any position by default.
That's just the Peter principle of IPL expertise.
Yeah,
You've
very
risen
much
to your
is.
own
Yeah.
level of incompetence to be our chair. What can I get you to drink?
Sorry?
What can I get you to drink? It's a pub, remember?
It's a virtual pub.
Okay. Can I have a Guinness Zero, please?
A Guinness Zero. I didn't know they did those, but we
They're
could
pretty
do that.
good, actually. Yeah.
Anyway, we are going to chat a few things. I've got some new things this year. 2 bouncers and over, smart replays amongst them. Got 13 English players to watch out for. Andy will have an idea of where his money might be, and we've had a look at the odds for some of the others, and we chat general IPL stuff. We're going to do a weekly show, by the way, folks, every Thursday, like clockwork. So you can hopefully get on board with us for that. Australia, they've pulled out of Afghanistan. But is that fair or not?
No.
Well, okay.
It's bullshit excuse.
It's total bullshit.
The Bears already, and well, you two have put your cards on the table. I was casting a little question mark as to whether they may have had a point. Why is nobody mad about the Roy? The poor lad seems to have gone from 0 to hero in the other way around, 0 to 0 in literally rapid, next to no time. Nobody wants him in any auction anywhere. What's going on? England women doing okay in New Zealand, and our IPL coverage will tell you a little bit about what to expect. So we might as well start, chaps. There's a few things new this year for the IPL. Andy, have you sort of got across what some of those are? What are we expecting?
No.
Different, just in the way it's
start as you mean to go on here.
Homework on the bus time already.
It was very much homework on the bus, actually. I'll tell you what I did to prepare for this. I was listening to our friends at the Cricket Podcast, who Jack is hopefully going to join us for some coverage. And I was listening to their team previews yesterday. There's a little 15-minute team preview for each team. So I'm not too bad on the players and teams, but they didn't happen to cover rule changes.
All right.
I'm sure they've covered them somewhere else.
Well, I was just reading this morning about the 2 bouncers, which makes I think that's not a bad idea. The game is heavily favoured.
Was it 1 before?
It was 1 before, apparently. Yeah.
Okay.
So now you can have 2.
Bouncer being defined as above shoulder height.
I presume so. Yeah.
Not above your head.
I presume that'll be a wide above the head. So I imagine there'll be a fair bit of leeway in all of this, as there often is. It'll be dependent on what the umpire at square leg thinks. But it does give the batsman the bowlers a little bit extra for a change.
And we know which side you're on.
Obviously. But the ability to bowl, it means, if you got to the 3rd ball of the over, you could have 2, you could have 1, rather than you're probably going to get 1. It's allows you to bowl 1 earlier in the over, 1 over. Dale Steyn and Harshdeep or someone thought it was a great idea. I think it's a good idea.
There is that element of it, as in, I guess previously, once you've had 1, you're not going to get another.
Everything's going to be in your half, right? Yeah, exactly.
But
so
there are 2 things you need. You need to be quick enough to do it.
Yep.
Without it being a tennis ball bouncer. But, there are some quick bowlers around. Morchier's back.
Yep.
There's 1 or 2 others. No Mark Wood, unfortunately. But and I guess the other thing is you need to be on a pitch that's conducive to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Not a sponge or a rank turner. It needs to be one that's going to encourage a bit about. There are some pretty detailed, as you said. There's some decent quick bowlers. The smart replay system one I thought was quite interesting, because is this the IPL thinking? We've got to be a bit careful about the interminability of both the reviews and therefore the length of the game. Is it about speeding up decision making to keep momentum in the game? Which
this is the first I've heard of what are smart replays.
Right. Well, anything time you call something smart, it applies to anything that existed before was stupid, which of course it wasn't necessarily. I can read it to you verbatim. It says, to increase the accuracy and speed of decision making, IPL will have the smart replay system, which I'm sure will very rapidly be acronymed to SRS. ESPN, tell why I'm reading it. Under Smart Replay, the TV umpire will receive inputs directly from 2 Hawkeye operators who will be sitting in the same room. I thought they already did as the umpire, the TV umpire, I presume, and provide him with images captured by Hawkeye's 8 high-speed cameras across the ground. The TV broadcast editor, who used to be a conduit between the 3rd umpire and Hawkeye operators until now, will no longer be involved in the system. So it sounds to me like more cameras, and the people who actually make the decisions have direct access into what to do with them, rather than having to go to a third party to say, can you give me this, can you give me that?
Yeah, but that sounds like a really, really, really good idea. I don't think it's more cameras. I think Hawkeye relied on 8 cameras anyway to create the 3D image, etc., for tracking.
Yeah.
So,
Well, this is what they say. It's understood that the system will allow the TV umpire to refer to more visuals than they previously had, including split-screen images. And then they give an example. So take, for example, a relay catch taken mid-air by the fielder on the boundary rope. In the past, the broadcaster was unable to provide a split screen of the fielder's feet and hands at the precise moment when the ball was caught. Under the new system, a split screen can show the umpire when the ball was caught or released alongside synchronized footage of the feet. So essentially, it's utilizing modern film and video technology in multiple formats at real time.
Well, yeah, a lot of these
delivers that. Well done.
Well, exactly that. I mean, a lot of these cameras are now, 60 frames per second, etc., and the high-speed cameras are, 1,000 frames per second. So it makes sense that if you can do it, why not? And if it speeds up the game, thank God for that, because these IPL games are creeping on to 4.5 hours, which is insane.
They've never seemed too concerned about the speed of the game before.
Advertising.
I think. Well, yeah, exactly. They're fine 2.5 minutes of adverts. They're not so fine about 2 minutes of, is that out? Give me another angle. Blur, blur, blur. I think that's more what it is. And as Tony was going through that, I was thinking, surely this is more applying to outfield decisions than LBWs and things. And that seems to be the case. It sounds like they've just added extra cameras and incrementally improved bits, and then giving it a different name just to make it sound good.
Well, they say, if you want, if you take the technology. Sorry,
well, I was going to say, in theory, if the Hawkeye operators, the question is, where's a Snicko operator? Is he also?
And are they any good? Are those guys any good?
Well, that's the thing, and then technology has a propensity to fuck itself up anyway, and nicely have a glitch just when you need it to do the right thing.
Says our head of technology who runs our studio.
Yeah. So, for example, if the Snicko guy's there, and for example, there's something close to the bat, and they've already lined it up because they're expecting it. Something to happen or appeal to be going on, or even that time that the 30 seconds it takes for them to decide to whether they're going to do a review or not, they can already line it up. Then it can be. We are back. Same team as sent you off, actually. Give us a super chat, play some bingo. You missed the GPL. Many other things you can do to keep us all in guerrilla cricket, as it were. Because one day it'll end, and you'll all be really sad. And it'll be because you haven't given us any fucking money.
Will be here forever. You're going to win the lottery.
God, I hope I win the lottery.
I'd like to win the lottery.
Are you buying tickets?
Yeah, I always fucking forget every once in a while, but then, it doesn't get won, so I think, ooh, excellent, I've got a chance at winning 56 million instead of 33 million. And I didn't spend £5 to get there.
Oh, one day.
I'm convinced every week I'm going to win it. I don't know why, but otherwise I guess you wouldn't play it.
Marketing,
it's because
I think they
you
call
are
that.
the optimist.
Well, I am an optimist, exactly. Yeah. And I always think, I don't need the big one. Just give me the, get the lucky number, because I only do the Euro Millions. Get the lucky number, that's $1 million, that'll do.
Super sub.
Super sub? Who's a super sub? Berger?
Shimron Hetmeyer out after his 8 balls. Andre Berger in.
Perfect. See, it's great. If you don't need to use a super sub in the first innings, surely you've got an extra advantage as well, haven't you? If it isn't required. So we got super sub and Andre Berger. Well, I think we did actually pull him out, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Who's opening then? Warner?
Warner and Marsh.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a stick in the start.
One day I'll miss that jingle.
Soon.
Soon. And this guy too. We'll play him after this. Is it me?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Did that just go through to the keeper?
No, it was an outswinger that Warner defended.
Okay.
You made that up as you went along, Bear.
If I hadn't said anything, he'd have got away with it.
But of course I would. That's the whole point of radio, isn't it? I wasn't sure who. I wasn't sure who was doing the actual talking. I think you should get something for 2 vertical lines in bingo as well, because we've got 2 vertical lines, but we haven't got any horizontal ones. That one's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. and so therefore we've got no money. There's only one line. There's full houses next. We're so far off a full house. It's unbelievable. That was defended up to mid-on, no run. The bowler is another jingle I missed when it's
How does
gone.
he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
The remaining combatants.
Why are the selectors always picking me?
Because your name's Mitch Marsh and you look funny.
Why are the selectors always picking me?
Your batting at 6 is a tragedy.
Why are the selectors always picking me?
James Foot defines this a bad comedy.
Why are the selectors always picking me?
You paid the selectors a truckload of money.
It's quite good now though, Mitch Marsh, isn't he? It doesn't really make sense anymore, that jingle. We have got a weird thing on for YouTube.
Oh, that's just because it's behind. See, if I refresh it, see. Problem with YouTube is you go out of the page and it just.
All right.
You know.
Keep your hair on.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
There's another delay, just what we needed.
Always delays, right in the first couple of balls. I was watching, what was it, the game I was watching the other day, I think it was the Rajasthan All game, the last one. The spider cam cable broke after 2 balls.
Fuck's sake.
So they spent about the next
18 balls in the first 22 minutes.
Yeah, insane. Yeah, what happened after that? The spider cam cable broke, so they had to basically reel in the whole cable, and that took like about 8 minutes. And then there was another thing happened, and it was just like, for fuck's sake.
They're all having a chat. Knitted Menon isn't happy.
Yeah.
Joss Butler.
I tell you what,
confused.
Watching Trent Bolt bowl in the very first match, I think it was, just brought home to me how much New Zealand missed him during that Test series.
Well, Ricky's having a bit of a fit. Someone hasn't told them they've got the fucking spare man on or something, haven't they?
So they're talking, because they brought Andre Berger on, I think what Ricky Ponting is saying, that's a 5th overseas player, but it isn't, it's a 4th. And that looked like what the gesticulations were. And that would be the kind of dumb thing that would happen in the IPL. So...
That can't.
This is narrative. Who was saying there was no narrative? This is Richard narrative. There's Ricky Ponty shouting.
But I mean, surely before you even open your mouth, you look on the pitch and go, "Hold on, he's overseas." Oh yeah, there's only
Okay.
Ah, and they're bringing someone else on.
Oh, so I think they want to bring on a sub fielder because this looks like Rodman Powell coming on to field
for Khalil. No, obviously he's he's batting now.
Why don't they sort this out between the fucking innings? Jesus Christ.
Ponting is saying 5 because that does mean there are 5 overseas players on the pitch now.
Jesus.
Anyway,
Christ.
I don't know. I don't know what that was about, to be perfectly honest.
Fuck me. If I go to, they'll probably tell us on here. It's
Double.
Double, sorry. Fuck, I keep forgetting it's me. I keep thinking it's you.
Outswinger, prodded at.
Okay.
No run.
Lovely. Okay. Trent Bolt's good at that. I should go under for the fall of the first wicket, shouldn't I, really?
Trent Bolt v Warner is a good matchup for an under.
Yeah, the away swinger. Nipping it through to the keeper. Trent Bolt at the end of his run up. What have they got for the under? That's the question. Mitch Marsh, under 14.5 is 13-8. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run.
Good start from Bolt.
Yeah, he's good at the top, isn't he? He often gets the ball. Runs the first 6 overs, no. Warner, under 16.5 is 6-4. Seems a bit skinny.
I like that.
What?
Well, I like that at the beginning of the game, but I don't like it after 4 balls.
No.
Well, Bolt is one of the best first over bowlers.
Yeah, he is.
Rolling in white ball cricket. He's phenomenal in this over, and then he's pretty good after that as well. But this one in particular, he's special.
Yeah, 25.5 for the 25.5 for the first wicket. I'll take that. It's reasonable, isn't it?
I think that's a good one.
Yeah. Anything over 22 is generally all right in a T20. It can go quite quickly. That's the thing. That's knocked up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's good to be back in the betting mould. I didn't do much betting against India in the Test matches.
No, it was a bit dull.
It was. I think it was a bit too early in the morning. Did we find out what that was on?
No, nobody really knows.
Not sure what for. Pointing towards the side screen.
Ponting's just raging. Probably hasn't read the rules.
Yeah. Ponting doesn't seem very happy. Well, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's still not happy, and he's still talking to an umpire.
And there's a very sheepish-looking Fraser McGurk next to him. Kind of like, you know, when you're young and your dad goes ballistic at the football or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Into the pads of Mitch Marsh. He clips that nicely, but out to square leg. It'll only be the one run.
sit down, Dad. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Fraser McGurk is very much Ponting's protege, isn't he? I think he's overhyped to buggery myself.
Fraser McGurk, is he the one behind Ricky there?
No, he's on the left as we looked at it, or the right as Ponting sitting.
Okay.
Pokey Bumfinger says, fuck Spider Can. It's 2024. Drones for the win.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd think so these days, wouldn't you? I guess they can just kill people as they fall out of the sky as well. They're still cracking on about this. Basically, what it says is that the rules are confusing and no one's quite sure what they are.
Well, I'm not surprised.
They are a bit
because
confusing, yeah.
It's impossible to find anything online about what the fucking rules are. So I wouldn't be surprised if the coaches are in the same situation. You know, when it's an ICC tournament, you could actually download the full playing conditions, which usually run to about 120 pages.
Wow.
Whether the BCCI do that,
I mean, there was a strong
know.
suspicion they just made it up as they went along last year.
Yeah.
Well, the impact player is going to bowl. It's Nondre Berger, and his first ball has been pumped nicely by Mitch Marsh out through the covers for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Basically, it was a long half volley outside off stump.
With an A!
And he didn't have to whack it. He just
His name's not Andre.
Nondre Berger's got dyed pink hair, but he hasn't quite committed to it, so it's only slightly pink. Like you might have seen Shimmer and Hitmar in the past. It's really gone full hot pink.
Yeah.
This is like frosted pink tips.
It's like he's starting to go. It's like he's starting.
Basically,
to
it's like he's just letting it grow out. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's quite an ugly man.
Who, Berger?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not very nice.
I know.
No, it's not, is it?
Some would probably say that about me, but fuck it, I don't care. I'm 53 now.
It's nice when you get to a stage where it's sticks and stones, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Who cares?
Berger is coming in over the wicket, driven. Ooh, aerial, but hard and inside the man at mid-off, which means it goes all the way down the boundary. 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
That was just about peak Mitch Marsh there. Like, he melted it, but did he really know where it was going? Nobody knows.
Well, he's strong,
4
isn't he?
runs.
Yeah, there's another long half volley. You can't bowl them to Mitch Marsh. That's one shot he can play. He does play through the line pretty well. He's big, he's strong.
He's got a lot of shots he can play these days, you know.
Yeah.
When he's in, he's great to watch.
Well, Berger, left arm over. Edged. Oh! What? Was that a very good effort by Slip? He kind of fell over, didn't he? He fell over and it went over him. And it went down to the boundary for 4 more.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
Pretty good pace from Berger, but not sure these balls have been any good.
No, it's a little better than that one, a little bit shorter.
I mean, it was there for the drive.
Trent Bolt at the kind of deep slip. I think he didn't want to break his hands. So
maybe that's better. Tighter lines, and it can only be defended by Mitch Marsh back to the bowler. And there's no run. Not a lot. I mean, you get it wrong as the left arm over, it can be quite painful. It often goes into the arc, but hit through the line.
Yeah, it can do, especially if there's no movement. I mean, I think he's thrown a couple of them up there to see if he can bring the ball back in, but it hasn't come back in, so it just ends up being a hit me ball.
Yeah. Exactly, you need a ball to move if you're going to throw it up there, which is probably why Stark went for whatever it was as the most expensive player the other day, because he's not afraid to try that. That one is dropped down towards third man by Mitch Marsh. Hairs off for the first, shouldn't be 2, there isn't. Ends the over though. 2 done, 15 for none. Good over. 12, 13 off it. And DC of 15 for none, chasing 186. Over to you, Messi.
Kieran Roseblade says, "What's Ricky say? He's behind you." Oh no, he isn't. Oh yes, he is. Brian in Brisbane says, "Mind games by Ricky setting up his side for a moral win." Brian in Brisbane also says, "Bears mirrors all broken at his place." Oh, he's not that ugly. And Kieran says, "Oh, for God's sake, now some guys bowling with pink hair. I can feel myself getting tired of my comments. I'll leave you all alone for a while." It was punishment for you, Kieran.
Well, Bolt went for 2 in his first over, and he's going to continue.
Yeah, good start for Delhi. 15 for no loss. Big target, but good steps in the right direction.
Yeah, 186. One of the bookies have as favourites. Let's have a look.
I reckon this is a 60-40.
In Rajasthan's favour?
Yeah, I reckon. Something like that.
That's about... Cricket Info have got Rajasthan at 66%.
Yeah, 7-4 on Rajasthan. That one is just knocked into the leg side. Will be a single.
I'll tell you what though, if they get through this bolt over, that will start to close up quite a lot. They're probably pricing in a reasonably high chance for a wicket here with Bolt doing his thing.
Yeah, especially if he gets the bowl at Warner, which he is now. Yeah. But as you said, what does Warner get?
I think the other thing to watch for later in the innings.
Smashed. Oh, but not greatly timed by Warner, but it is a short boundary. It's T20, and there's no one out at straightish mid wicket. So it'll be 4 runs for Warner. I'm running out of room on my under.
Yeah. Is what Rajasthan will do at the death. So we saw Delhi get absolutely hammered, and they're probably the worst death bowling team in the tournament. Rajasthan aren't amazing either. In the last game, Sandeep Sharma was quite good, but doesn't have a history of being great there. So what you'll see Rajasthan do quite a lot is use Ashwin and Chahal in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, you see, that's what I was saying earlier, I guess. You know, pace goes as well. If it's wrong, it goes bad, as we saw with Nortje at the end of there. One is just worked around a corner by Warner for a single. Brings score up to 21 or 2.3.
Yeah, I don't think Delhi got quite the same depth in batting either, have they?
No, I mean, you know, what's their middle order? We've got Rishabh Pant to come. Ricky Boy, I think, had quite a good Syed Mushtaq Ali trophy. Akshay Patel, relative to some of the other hitters in the league, is a bit of a pop gun, but can clear the fence himself. He's not awful.
He's not awful, but that's a beautiful drive by Mitch Marsh. Again, it's another long half volley. Did I just see Trent Bolt go round a wicket? So it's obviously it's already stopped swinging, so he doesn't think there's going to be any swing there. So he's going to round a wicket, bowled it full long half volley. Knuckle ball. Spotted by Mitch Marsh and pounded out to boundary for 4 more. I've got half a run to play with. Come on, Bolty! Just dropped into the long offside, and there is no run.
Well, you and Winviz are in total agreement, Jack. They've got Rajasthan at 62% too.
Well, I must be way off the fucking mark if that's what they think then.
Winviz, they're back. Isn't everyone kind of fed up with Winviz now because it's so shit? I mean, they are a kind of running joke.
If you want to know the actual chance, go on the Betfair exchange.
Well, exactly.
That's the gold standard.
Bookies are always the gold standard.
But that's not even bookies. That's just lots of algorithms betting against each other.
Lifted up and down the ground. Not great timing. 1-2 bounces, but 4 runs. I'm out. Fuck it. And 4 more runs.
1, 3, 4.
Okay, there's 7 overs to go. I have to be out of here at 5 o'clock to get to the Oval in time to bat.
You're not gonna bowl, are you?
No. I'll bowl a little bit.
Okay.
I wanna
Who are you playing for at the Oval?
Surrey. Late call up.
How many people are on nets?
It's 5 or 6. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Leah says you don't need all them newfangled stuff like depth in batting when you got Rishabh. Yeah, I hope you're right. I'd love to see him hit a quick 70, but I think he's going to be a while, to be honest.
That's a
He
commitment.
looked all right the other day, though.
I'm just shocked at his movement is, he looks quite fluid. The amount of shit he did to his body to even recover to the point he has is pretty phenomenal, really. Berger in second over. It's quick, but Warner just cuts it. With no real timing down the backward point. Gets himself a single.
Yeah, it started a lot better than Rajasthan. Delhi here.
Yeah.
It was really tricky for Rajasthan at the beginning, and they eventually got going, and it made it look like quite a nice deck. Delhi have kind of picked up where Rajasthan left off, though, haven't they?
Yeah, but as you said, they could quite easily fall in a heap. Maybe they're.
Yep.
And if you're chasing 180, to be fair, you've got to try and get off to a decent start. You can't be. I mean, you could follow what Rajasthan did, but it
would be dumb.
It would be dumb, exactly. The chances you're going to pick up and get 140 off 12 overs with 3 wickets down is probably not. Oh look, there's the bloody wicket. Fuck it, 5 runs too late. Nondri Berger, that was quick. I think that was pretty quick, and it beat the inside edge. I think it might come in a little bit. Beat the inside edge of a poke by Mitch Marsh, who's not done bad. 23 off 12. It's not a waste of a wicket. He's got nearly 2 a ball.
Well, I did predict they'd get off to a good start. Marsh be out for 24 off 10, I said.
Well,
so
yeah, it weren't so far. You're quite pushing.
I said Warner get 40 off 30, and then they'd fall in the heat. Yeah.
Well,
so they're on track.
Yeah, they're on track. That was 23 off 12, which is a pretty good little knock by Mitch Marsh. I'm probably sure he wanted to be out there longer, but it's not bad. And there he's
good
out.
Delivery.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery. They're not showing. There's no speed gun in here. I don't know how quick that was.
146 kph,
Yeah, that looked pretty quick. That's
which
90.
is sharp. Yeah. Ricky Boy.
Ricky Boy.
That's his name.
I know. it's a stupid name. Ricky Boy. Should be an EastEnders.
Well, at least they haven't put that on the Kieran. When Spencer Johnson was bowling the other night, they just put Spencer on the Kieran.
Now his jingle really should be Ricky. Who was his wife always said Ricky in EastEnders. Can't remember her name.
Shirley, I don't know.
No. Bianca. That was it. It should be Bianca going Ricky. But I bet it isn't.
The story of Ricky.
No,
that's a big missed opportunity.
Indeed. Well, Mogg probably
that's
doesn't.
Trouble.
You reckon? I think I pitched outside leg. It's a big appeal for LBW. He's firing up his Nondre Berger.
150.
150. That's quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably just outside leg. I think
it's probably just outside. Mind you, thinking about looking at Coldeep earlier. And they're going to review it. They got 2 reviews in 20 overs.
So here, I think this is a low priority wicket. Having seen Ricky Boy bat the other day, I wouldn't be burning a review on this bloke. He'll queue 50 off 12 or something nuts that.
Quite right. Well, they're going to have a review. Now, the question is, I don't think it's going down.
No, that angle, it must have bounced outside.
Must have pitched outside leg.
He's missed it by about a foot.
He hasn't got anywhere near it yet. He's definitely missed it. It's where it pitched, and it didn't come back. It's just pitched outside leg.
I mean, the bowler's at the top of his marks. I think it's one of those ones where they realise they've made a little error here.
Yeah, it's missed the bat. Fuck me, this is supposed to be quick, isn't it? Jesus Christ. I can all see it's missed the bat. The thing is to have Ultra Edge up at the same time.
Right, here's
before
the
you
ball.
Even start.
Oh, it's a good 6 inches
fucking
outside.
6 inches outside leg stump.
Wow.
That was outside leg. Terrible decision to review. Wasted on Ricky. It's 30 for 1.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh well.
I feel like they should check the fucking line first, because
Oh, now that was
bumper.
sharp.
And they've caught it. There's an appeal, and it's been given. I don't know why I'm doing that.
Well, yeah, I don't know why he did. I thought it came off the elbow, but it didn't. It clearly came off the glove. Ricky didn't like that. Ricky didn't like it up him, and he's just fended at that. They've been caught behind, so we have to say goodbye. Yeah, it was off the glove, actually.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I think that's the opposite of how you're supposed to play that ball.
Yeah, you either get inside it or you try and hook it, don't you? I mean, you either get inside and leave it.
Yeah, I'm going to claim a win on that.
Yeah, you were spot on.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have got him out.
Well, maybe. Well, Ricky didn't do very well. So 30 for 2, trouble all of a sudden.
I don't suppose he'll be batting at number 3 in their next.
Well, I mean, who knows why he was in the first place, Jez, to be honest.
Well, so who we got left in Delhi? Rishabh comes out now, then, surely.
I would have thought so.
He's got a great jingle. Short and sweet. And he does come out. He does come out, and it'd be nice to see him do well. I haven't seen him as you have. I haven't seen him bat yet. He was always quite wooden anyway, wasn't he? He just strikes the ball quite well, I seem to remember.
It was very frenetic.
Yeah.
I think he got 25 or something like that. It wasn't like a low score, but he was dropped. He was nearly stumped. Played a couple of reverse hits where he got nowhere near the ball.
Oh, okay.
It was sort of all the tricks.
Brown in Brisbane thinks it was Ricky A. 2 words shouted loudly in EastEnders.
No, it was just Ricky.
It was just Ricky. Ricky!
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He ran off and did something stupid.
Richard Pants.
Well, Nandre Berger, his tail is out. He's bowling very quick. Pant just guides that down past backward point. That's the problem with pace. He bowled it on, missed the fielder, especially when no one's out, and it is likely to run away for 4, and hence it does. 4 more runs to the score. I mean, that was literally just a defensive shot.
Yeah.
And there's no one down there. There's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice time though.
Yeah.
By Pant, good. Brings open the face on it as fully intended.
Yep. Indeed. What we got? We got point, mid, cover, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, square leg. Oh, now that's too high. But it's beaten the inside edge of Pant's bat. But I think that's too high. It's in on the front leg, high up on the thigh, going over. That'd be my bet. They're not going to review it. Trent Bolt's going to bowl another. Yeah, they decide. Sandy Sampson just waves that away. Well, no, it was the back leg. It was above the pad though, and it ain't going to be a run. Good bowling from Nandre Berger. Went for what, 13 in the first over.
Yeah, then he got out his tormentor and knocked over Ricky.
So what took him so long to get into top cricket? He's 28 years old.
What, Nandre Berger?
Didn't play his first test match until December last year. He's now played 2 test matches, got 11 wickets at 14.
Injuries?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a great shot by David Warner. He's got himself 6. He's gone down on one knee and flapped it over what would be short fine leg. There ain't. There was a short fine leg.
There was one.
There was one.
He wasn't in play.
He wasn't in play because it went over the top of him. Good shot. 6 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Yeah. He's not quite as quick as Nandre Berger, is Trent Bolt. 63 metres is not a very big.
It's a postage stamp, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Bolt in again, cuts, doesn't beat a man at point. And, it's fielded. It's Parag there. No run, 40 for 2 up to 4.2, so going to roughly just short of 10 and over.
That's a good bumper.
Yeah, it was
we're just seeing a replay of.
Ricky didn't like it.
No. No, you know, to be fair, second ball as well.
Yeah.
He's just pinned you on the pad.
Yeah, and Andre Berger, if you speak to Tim, I think he's been around for a while. I'm sure he played some ODI and some T20 stuff.
Played 3 ODIs and 1 T20I.
Yeah, I've certainly heard of him. Dot ball, no run.
100th IPL match for Rishabh Pant.
Yeah. Christ, that's coming on pretty quick. I suppose if you, how many years he was probably, if you play 3 years, you could quite easily get 100 games, couldn't you? I mean, you're playing how many games does each side play?
14, so it'd be quite difficult to get 100.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was thinking about the amount of games in the actual thing. That's driven nicely by Warner, straight back over Trent Bolt's head. And once again, it's gone all the way, 6 runs.
2, 4, 6.
A little cutter, in fact. Just turned his wrist over on it.
If you did play for every team, then you could do it in a couple of
I
years.
was going to say 66 games in the tournament. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, if each team played 66 games, fuck me, it would be a long tournament, wouldn't it?
Oh,
that's a bit of shit fielding. It's Robin Powell there. No, it's not. It's Parag. Backward point. It's cut to him, and he fluffed his lines. And they got through for a single. The scoreboard's on 47 for 2 or 4.5. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. I don't quite know what it is, actually. Let me have a look.
I'm hanging about.
It's going to be Jack, Andy.
Jack, Andy, and Bear.
Oh, so
it's
just Andy being added.
You two are swapping roles.
Us two are swapping roles again. So basically, we're having a mirror image, aren't we, for this thing? Andy's going to do some social.
Brian's asking a fashion question for Bear. Are you training Jack in the art of wearing brown stroke green clothes to blend in with the furniture?
Fuck off, a lot of you. It was fucking green, alright?
Yeah. Don't tell me that's green, what you got onto that.
No, that's blue.
Right, that's it.
That's it. That's
Okay.
me done. That was a dot ball. No run. We're nowhere near getting up
Catch
in
you
that
later.
card either. It's over to you, Jack.
Yeah, 47 for 2 after 5. Ahead of the rate, but 2 wickets is a little marginal.
Problem with these bingo cards is you kind of know which ones you're not going to get. Anything that, if you've got how many threes are there in the IPL?
If you're lucky, there's a couple a game, to be honest, and they'll always be in a power play.
Yeah.
So you've got an over to cash in here. Interestingly, Rajasthan have stuck with Berger for the 3rd over, so they'll have bowled 3 and 3 from the 2 opening bowlers, which is kind of old school, isn't it?
It is very old school. Maybe they think Berger. Well, oh god, look at that! Trent Bolt right in the fucking zone.
Yeah.
Well, Trent is a good death bowler, but maybe they think Andre Berger isn't a good death bowler.
Yeah.
And maybe they think if they can knock over enough at the top, and they got off to a decent start here, DC.
Yeah. Warner will face up. Still taking fucking ages to bowl these overs.
It's fucking ridiculous, isn't it?
As Nondre comes steaming in, leaps, and it's going to be a fortuitous 4 for Dave Warner. Beaten there, but he chops it between legs and stumps for 4 down to a fine leg.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Oh, he's lucky there. I mean, he's beaten him completely, I think, and he gets 4.
Well, that is, if anyone remembers Shakespeare's sister, The Trouble with Nondre. Those edges will fly for 4. Nope.
Who's Shakespeare's sister?
Wow, Shakespeare's
sister. You don't even remember
Nondre in again, and that's going to go for 6, I think.
That's a good shot.
Dave Warner pulls it, collapses as he pulls it, but gets enough bat on it. And it flies up square leg.
Pretty good pull shot.
It was one of Bananarama and then another woman with a very high voice. They had a number 1 with Stay, which was quite good.
Stay.
That's right.
Except it was a lot better than that.
Delhi, I think, are probably just edging ahead in this game. Still 4 balls to go in the power play.
I'd say they are slightly ahead.
I mean, he's a bit of a discount Nortje, this guy, isn't he? He's very quick. I mean,
Left arm, mirror image.
Mirror image, I should say,
Yeah.
yes. But
Discount mirror image. One of those mirrors that makes you look a bit uglier than you are in real life.
Typically South African, isn't it? They've got a lot of quickies. They're not necessarily good at using the ball. They just bowl quick.
That one's a leg by, I think, fired into the pads. Well, I say fired in, pace off into the pads.
well, he was
through.
too quick for the raffle winner they sent in 3.
Yeah.
Ricky.
Man, we're seeing the bouncer again, and it's a proper bouncer. You have to say that.
Yeah.
There is a raffle winner vibe to Ricky Boy in name.
What's wrong with
and
Prithvi
style.
Shaw?
He likes KFC too much.
Well, that's
and
true.
No,
It
I'm not
has
joking.
been for a while.
That is exactly what he. And apparently, him bringing big boxes of KFC onto the team bus annoys Ponting.
For once, I think I'm on Ponting's side. Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, Prithvi Shaw's. He's still lighting it up whenever he does get on the pitch. It's a bit of a shame, I think, because he's quite a stylish player to watch. It's a bit of a shame that he isn't getting game time.
Wasn't he opening in the tests for a while?
He was,
Yes,
yeah, a little
he didn't
while
do very
ago.
well at that.
But he played a bit of county cricket last year, scored some runs. He's scored runs in Indian domestic cricket. That's a good ball from Nondre Berger in the channel outside off. Fends at it and misses.
But you know, some people think I don't care. I like KFC and I'm fine playing a level below. It's all right if that's what he wants.
But it's not all right for Ricky.
It's not all right for Ricky. Yeah,
No,
he still gets the contract as well. I mean, I think he's on 6 crore, which will go away.
I mean, you don't own these players, but yeah, you can obviously not pick them if you don't think they're fit. But you can also, they can also say, oh, I don't care. Do a Ben White.
What, 6 crore?
£600,000.
Oh, okay, that's not bad, is it?
Yep. Berger finishes off as Pant milks him for a single, just tucked into the leg side. So the over started with some fireworks, and he reels it in a little bit. End of the power play, 59 for 2, and we're going to have a time out.
Fucking hell.
I don't think I've got any tweets. It's a bit difficult using Twitter on your phone. I don't think we've got any since Leah said The Story of Ricky is the title of a Hong Kong exploitation film. Did we do that one?
No.
Well, famous for a scene involving a mouthful of razor blades.
Ooh.
Speaking of razor blades, smuggled in through soap, Sang Bankman-Fried got 25 years.
25?
And he has to serve a minimum 20, so it's not one of these where you can walk out halfway through.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you rip a load of people off.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, he could have got life, and he's what, 20? How old is he? He's only 20.
32.
No, 32.
Yeah.
Get out when he's 50 if he's lucky. Fuck that.
Well, yes, sorry to bring everybody down, but
well, yeah.
People are sort of getting paid back, but you can argue they're not.
Well, the wrong people are getting paid back. I want fucking Trump in jail is what I want.
Why? What's he done?
What do you mean, what's he done?
I mean, what's he done? Go on, then.
Well, he tried to usurp a national election is what he tried to do.
It's hard to make that stick.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's quite a lot of evidence, and he's fucking partakes in a fair bit of it. You know, trying to convince an election official to find an extra 13,000 votes is...
That, to be fair, actually is a good shout. That is probably one of the worst things he did, yes. Yeah.
What?
But because he did it in sort of mafia language terms, because he's obviously used to dealing with these people.
Well, yeah, but still, you just can't do it, can you? I mean, that's just nonsense.
Other people are throwing things at him that I don't think are true.
Like?
Well, now you've put me on the spot. I was halfway through that and I thought, you basically put me
Come
on
on,
the
he
spot.
fucking lies about everything. Look, he's
Yeah, but that's
bullshitter.
not actually a crime, or else there wouldn't be any politicians left.
Well, no, that's true. I mean, to a certain degree, I kind of get him with the fraud thing and the 454 million, but I think that's kind of a bit schadenfreude, because Yeah, literally, the bankers are supposed to do some due diligence when they offer you a loan, right? And they can quite happily
Since
say,
when?
well, no, if I go and get a mortgage, they send a value around and they go, that's only worth this, even though I've said it's worth that.
We're going to have a bowling change. Ashwin is into the attack.
I presume at his level, he just tells them what he wants them to hear.
Look, listen. You owe the bank £1 million, they own you. You owe the bank 100 million, you own the bank.
Yeah, to a degree.
Okay then. Off spinner, tormentor of England. Coming
One
in.
of many.
One of many, yeah.
One of many, yeah.
It is.
One of the few off spinners that gets in a team.
Just talk over the top of this.
For just being an off spinner in the IPL these days.
Not many. No, he's got that. He's got those variety mystery balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to now. You can't just roll over some off spin.
Here he comes. It's full, swept by Dave Warner out to deep mid wicket. It'll be a single. And when I said Dave Warner, I meant Rishabh Pant. Obviously, quite easy to confuse the two of them.
They look exactly the same. I don't know what you're on about.
So it will be Dave Warner on strike.
You're proving us wrong. 30 off 16. We're all saying, oh, we're going to get 40 off 30 from Warner. But
yeah, he batted well. That's Davey boy. As Ashwin sort of lumbers in, wide of off stump, cut, but not cut well. And it won't beat the infield, so that's a dot.
Leah correctly says liking at KFC is a problem regardless of the portion size. Less correctly says thinks that Chito Benito will pardon Bankman Fried.
Another dot ball.
He donated to everybody. He donated to both parties, but he actually has more friends in Democrat circles.
Here is Ashwin again, wide of off stump, and Warner looking a little uncomfortable against Ashwin, I think it's fair to say. Does pick up a run, that ball. I'm not sure where he was trying to hit it, but it goes into the leg side and he takes a single.
When he tried, what was the woman who did the dodgy blood testing shit? He tried to appealed so she could stay out of prison for the next couple of years.
Oh, Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a tremendous scam. I mean, it just never ever worked, ever.
No, I know.
Ashwin in again, punt down the wicket. Plays a controlled nudge down to long on. Picks up a single. Jerv Jarrell behind the stumps. Took a glove off there and knocked the bails off, so the lights went flashing.
But this is startup culture, especially not so much now, but when interest rates were 0%, startups were just throwing money at anything.
Ashwin to finish off a good over. Drops a little short, and Dave Warner will pick up at least one out to Trent Bolt on the cover boundary, and it is just one. So
yeah,
four off the over.
I'll not talk about this continuously, but just to finish my point, yeah. It was more of a game. It's more of a game of attracting startup money than it is ever making a profit. You look at WeWork; it was valued at 47 billion. It never ever made a profit.
No. Well, look at fucking Truth Social. It's valued at 9 billion. It lost 49 million last year, and it's shit.
Are you on there?
No, of course not.
Well, how do you know the truth?
And how do you know it's shit?
Well, I don't. I obviously don't know.
You can't handle the truth.
I can't handle the
like,
truth.
yeah.
No, not Trump's truth. Anyway.
Are there any jingles with that? I would have thought you can't handle the truth.
I'm
jingle.
Sure we did might have had one somewhere. I can't search by what's in a jingle.
Yeah.
Though.
63 for 2. There's 3 overs to go until the end of our stint and the halfway stage.
I was watching fucking The Big Lebowski the other day.
Oh yeah.
And there's obviously in that is this line, and it came up, and I was like, oh!
Over the line!
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Avesh Khan comes into the attack, running in. Bowls well, that's a bit of a shit delivery. Wide of off stump. It's going to be cut away. 4-4. Yuzi Chahal gives it full beans to try and reel it in, but can't get there. And Warner moves on.
They're going to coast this at this rate.
Well, they've got 7 overs of Ashwin and Chahal, and I think that might be a bit different.
That's the game, I think. They're going to need, in those 7 overs, I think Rajasthan are going to need 3 wickets, which is probably a 50-50 bet, I'd have thought, with the number of runs.
Well, yeah, I quite like Chahal to Warner, actually. That I fancy.
Here's Avesh again. It's short. It's hit up in the air, and he's controlled that actually quite nicely. Warner gets it behind square, 1 bounce, and it'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Looked a little risky off the bat, but
It did a bit, didn't it? Slow ball, he rolled his fingers across that, didn't he? He still managed to pick it up behind square.
Yeah, it flies away. I mean, there's a man in the area, but never seriously threatened to catch it, I don't think. So, Avish under pressure here. He's gone for 8 off 2 balls. Delhi up to 71 now, and the control that Ashwin gave Rajasthan surrendered pretty much immediately by Avish, who comes in again. It's an awkward run-up and quite a front-on delivery. He's cut, and that will be just a single. Probably happy to get Dave Warner off strike, to be honest.
David Warner having a bit of a word for some reason. Yeah, we've all been there. It's frustrating as a captain. You get an over or two that's tight, and you think you're getting it together, and then, you know, someone comes in and bowls 2 4 balls straight away, and just
Yeah, and they're not good balls either.
No, I'd be tempted to go to Chahal now, wouldn't you? In conjunction with try and strangle the game here.
So I think the worry that they'll have is that Rishabh Pant is in, and Chahal, he doesn't have a wrong-'em. He only bowls the leg spinner, which will spin back into Rishabh Pant's arc.
I mean, both of them 2 left-handers.
Yeah, punched by Pant for a single.
He doesn't have I didn't know that about him. He doesn't have a googly.
Not a good one. I mean, he's more of a, you know, if we're going to bracket people by all-time greats, more of a Shane Warne type bowler. Big spinner, but not necessarily, or a late career Shane Warne type bowler.
I was going to say, he had a googly early, it just went after his shoulder off, he didn't have a googly.
Lots of spin, bowls. I think he's one of the slowest bowlers in world cricket, Chahal.
No. Shane Warne always had a very good top spinner, though.
Here comes Abesh again, he goes full, and he'll get a dot there, that's a nice delivery.
I've been trying some passive hangs for my shoulder. Have you ever done that?
Is that where you hold a bar
you just hang off the bar, yeah. It's surprisingly hard. I can only do it for 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, you're supposed to be able to do a minute, aren't you, for strength?
I'm trying to get there. Yeah. I'm starting at 30 seconds.
Sorry to expose you like that, Andy.
No, I'm 56. I know as the bear said in the green room, I'm fucking 53.
Yeah. How many pull-ups can you do?
I can't do a pull-up. It's embarrassing.
I can't do a pull-up.
They are tough pull-ups.
They are a lot harder than they look. Yeah.
Ball to go, and Abash is over. He's going to come round the wicket to David Warner. No, it's a double bluff. He's going to go back over the wicket. Here he comes.
Galloped in like a horse.
Banged in halfway down, and Dave Warner mistimes that to extra cover. There'll be no run, so it's 10 off the over in the end. Rescues a disaster. 73 for 2.
Leah suggests a Star Trek jingle. It's always welcome.
Star Trek?
Star Trek. There's a tremendous "You Were Incompetent" delivered by Christopher Plummer in Star Trek 6. I think he's a Klingon in that one.
Oh, yeah.
So I might have a look for that.
We had... I can't remember.
113 required off 72. There's still 8 wickets in hand, so
yeah,
very much in the balance, I'd say, this game. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think Delhi were slightly favourites, actually.
Ashwin in, there's going to be a run out. Yep, there is. Pushed to extra cover.
Now, did he fumble it?
Oh, they're not appealing. And it's been given as a dot. Oh, wow.
I think he knocked the bails off with his hands.
Well, I'll try and explain it. Rishabh Pant comes down the wicket, pushes to extra cover where Jaiswal is waiting. The batters meet in the middle and then decide to go back. Let's have a look at the throw. Jaiswal pings it into Ashwin, who can't take it cleanly. Yeah, it bounces up in the air. Ashwin has a big shout at Jaiswal, but I actually think Ashwin should be taking that and knocking the bails off, to be perfectly honest.
Ashwin in shenanigans on the stumps at the bowler's end.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity, to be honest, for Rajasthan there, that they've let pass by. As Rishabh Pant looks like he's swinging an oar at the next delivery.
I do think sometimes professional cricketers, I wonder if they're trained to just wang it in as fast as possible every time, and they don't quite get their heads up and say, okay, I can just flick this in top of the stumps and make it easier. But it wasn't that Pant was out.
Good shot by Pant. Wide of off stump by Ashwin. Too wide, too short. And Pant finds the area of grass between short third and backward point to pick up 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
But yeah, it wasn't though Pant was out of the picture. He was.
He needed a good throw, yeah.
Yeah, they should have managed it between them though.
Yeah, Ashwin in and Pant milks him down the ground. So Pant looking a little bit scratchy here, 13 off 13 balls. His hand speed's still just as good as it ever was, but he does, I would say, look a little bit stiff when it comes to moving his body into the right shapes.
Well, plus with that run, it's just evidently not spent much time batting in matches.
That's true. Ashwin to Dave Warner, fires it in a little bit leg side, and Warner will pick up a single down the ground. So probably a win for the batting team there. They pick up 6 off the first 5 balls of Ashwin's over with a ball to go. Yes, 79 for 2. Here he is to actually finish the over. The partnership 49 off 31. It's not a great delivery, but Punt can't make the most of it. He picks up just a single on the sweep to deep square leg. So that is the 15 partnership. It is now 80 for 2. 9 overs have gone. 106 required off 66. Do we have any tweets?
I don't think we do, but I can't swear to it because Twitter on the phone is a bit of a lottery. Is there anything on YouTube there?
Well, scroll down. Let's have a look. A few people. Bear abides, says Pokey Bumfinger. I can pull up at 54, but I can't run for shit. So Pokey Bumfinger can do some pull-ups, but can't run.
Well, I hate running as well, so I can't do anything.
Yeah,
but I've watched a lot of videos that say walking is actually best for fat loss anyway.
Okay.
If
well, I suppose it's more sustainable.
You don't have much fat, I have to say.
Yeah.
I've lost 6 kilos since the start of the year.
Oh, that's not
didn't
bad.
Have much before.
Yeah.
I want to see my abs before I die.
Right, we're going to get Chahal into the attack here. So they're backloading him a little bit, to use the parlance of our times, while we're on Big Lebowski quotes.
Knowing me, knowing you, there is nothing we can do. Knowing me, knowing you.
He's also the well-known keen chess player in the Indian squad.
He's a very good chess player.
And when he puts his glasses on, he does really look like a chess nerd.
Yeah, he was an exceptional chess player when he was young. Chose cricket, which is probably wise.
More money.
On balance, yeah, here he comes. First ball is tossed up wide of off stump. Pant goes back to it, plays a nice cut shot out to the man on the boundary, and will just come through for a single. Dave Warner now batting without a helmet and without a cap, so you can see his full salad, as the Australians say.
How good do you think Dave Warner's chess is?
Chess? Oh, that's a tough one. I would say probably not great, but I wouldn't be stunned if there's a little bit more going on upstairs.
There might be, to be fair. Yeah, there might be.
Chahal tosses another one in slow. That keeps a little low, and goes under the bat of Dave Warner, who was trying to pull it. Let's have a look at the replay on that. So I think that's the leg spinner where you hold the ball with the seam between your fingers and hope that it kind of hits the leather and shoots on, and it worked on that occasion. From Chahal, here he comes again. A lot of air outside of off stump, and he'll take a single down the ground. Will David Warner? The required rate up to 9.9, which sounds like a lot and used to be a lot, but is now kind of not a lot.
Should be interesting.
It should be.
One, yeah.
It's definitely not a bear game.
No, it's getting there, isn't it?
Somebody's going to do something that will be heroic, you'd have thought, over the last 10.5 overs. Could it be Chahal as he comes in once more, or could it be Punt, who's gone for the big heave-ho? It's up high into the air, and it's dropped for 6. Running round the fielder at deep mid-wicket, gets 2 hands to it, and it would have been a tough chance. He's reaching over the boundary to go and get it, but I think he does get 2 hands to this, and it does go for 6.
Does, but
I think he's running backwards though.
Very hard one.
Let's have a look. I mean, like, yeah.
Oh, well, if he'd dragged it back in, I think it was one of those ones that's over his shoulder. He's running back. It's quite difficult to get everything in line.
It's one of those. For me, I think if you're going to field in those positions, you've got to sometimes be able to catch that. As Punt plays a more orthodox shot for no run.
Maybe sometimes you can. You just didn't today.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, but there are fielders that we have seen. Quite a lot of fielders who you'd think would have done better there, frankly. 8 off Charles' first 5 balls. Last ball of his over, and my spell is swept by Rishabh Pant. It will be a single. 89 for 2. The game is set up really, really well here for me to pass on to the next crew,
which is Andy, Tony, and Rayan. Okay, it's a 3-man change. I'm out of here.
Right, 89 for 2 off 10, 97 required off 60. It's set up very nicely. What are you pointing at? Squirty stuff. And Warner 43 off 28, just slowed down a little bit. Pant looking a little bit more like his old self with that 6. Although they really should have engineered a run out there in the last over. Now Sandeep Sharma is going to bowl. See if I can find him. Here he is.
Who's coming up to bowl? Swimming the ocean very cheap. Got a pretty good tempo. Yes, you are Sandeep Sharma.
Yeah.
And here he is. Going to start off to Pant. It's a little bit slower, as you'd expect from Sharma. It's cut out to deep point. Should just be a single. Interestingly poised here, Ryan. Who's your money on at this point?
Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though they leaked a lot of runs in the first 10 overs, they have the bowling power to defend.
Yep, they've got certainly been looking at those spinners, Chahal and Ashwin.
6 overs for them.
Yep. Sandeep used to be a power play bowler. He's one that changed his game now.
That's what I'm ready to tell.
That was a slower, shorter ball, which was Warner played on Tuesday and it went through on Wednesday.
So in the last season, Sandeep Sharma defended, I think, less than 10 runs against MS Dhoni. After that, he became one of the better death bowlers.
He might have even got a little under edge on that, David Warner, but it bounced well short of the wicket-keeper.
You see the roasting that Ashwin gave poor the Jazz Whale for the...
Yeah, but I thought it was quite a poor throw. Plus, he could have used his head and just given him a quick toss at the top of the stumps.
We were saying exactly the same thing. All he had to do was lob it gently to him.
Certainly what Ashwin thought. Sharma just seemed to be disconcerting the batsman with his lack of pace. As Warner goes back, but it wasn't as short as he thought, and he just kind of clothed it to cover.
Both these batsmen got a life. Rishabh Pant was missed by Dhruv Jurel at long off. And
yep.
And what RR is doing is they vary the pace and they bowl at the wide. So
it's another one outside off stump. I thought that was in the air for a second. Well, it was, but it missed the fielder at cover. One bounce to long off. Warner indicating that he wanted to get underneath that a little bit more. But he was 40 off 20 and 40 off 22 or something, and he seems to have hit a little bit of a plateau in this innings. Maybe with the pace taken off is not quite so much to his liking. And he's moving back towards that 40 off 30 we were all expecting. After a quick start, a couple of sixes. It's a good over from Sandeep so far, only 2 off 4 balls. So not slow, and again Pants just sort of shovels it down to third man. They can't seem to pick up the pace of Sandeep.
Both these batters were very good behind the stumps. We've seen David Warner scored 6 runs in the fine leg area. So what Tara trying to do is they don't bowl much into their body line. They're bowling in the wide off.
Keep the pace off, yeah. Right, well if Sandeep can get off this over with just one more, we'll be very happy. Only 3 so far. Required run rate just ticked over 10. Down the track comes Warner. Felt he had to do something, but he can only punch it up to cover. Cover dives over it, but his mates come in from long off, so there's no problem. Excellent over from Sandeep. Just the 4 runs. It's 93 for 2.
Stephen Kelk says, it's still on. I thought it would be long done by now. No, it's definitely still going. Did you happen to be around when there was the whole discussion on colour, blues and browns already had?
I don't think so, no.
Well, there was some discussion around colour. Fashion question, said Brian in Brisbane. Is the bear training Jack in the art of wearing brown-green clothes to blend in with the furniture? That was the question. Tectoning is needed again. The brown and green discussion caused some heated moments during England's India defeats. Yes,
is it causing problems with the green screen?
No, it was just that the bear was wearing something that I was absolutely adamant was brown and he was absolutely adamant was green.
Oh, it's the brown and blue dress all over again.
Yeah, basically it was.
Oh no, brown and blue and gold, wasn't it?
Only this was a sweatshirt. I mean, it wasn't the bear wasn't in a dress, but the same principle definitely applies. Yes.
Funny how these things just take off for a couple of months and then they forget them. Avesh is back in now. His first over did go for some runs, but Warner shovelled it round to square leg, and you're expecting that to be picked up, but there was no one there.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Avesh may be looking like the weak link if he's not careful.
Yeah.
Warner just shovelled that past square leg, and mid-wicket was quite wide. Couldn't pick it up. So I'm going to ready that 50 jingle, because Warner is on 49 and on strike.
No, you don't need to.
Oh,
You don't
yes,
need
it's
to.
a wicket for me. A wicket for me. Avesh is going to get it in the scorebook, but everybody knows it's mine, really. It was a full ball outside off stump. He went for the wide Yorker, and Warner, we've seen several times in this match those fly past the deep slip, but that one went not straight to the fielder. He had to make a yard or two. They seem to be just going to have a look and see if it was a bump ball. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but Warner is going to make them check.
What is he checking right now?
I think they're going to check if he hit it into the ground, but I really don't think he did. I'm pretty sure the crowd says out.
The crowd says you're out.
Warner does seem to be tromping off. I mean, I think he's hit this on the half volley clearly enough. Oh yeah, easily. In fact, so much so I'm not sure if they were talking about something else, checking a no ball or something maybe. It's a good catch, because it went quite quickly. Head height to the fielder's right, and a rueful smile from Warner. Well, how does that change things?
Is he Sandeep Sharma? Yeah, Sandeep.
Yes. Does that tilt the game the other way, do you think?
Well, the Delhi problem is depth in their batting. So
They have 2 left-handers, Akshar Patel and Abhishek Poran.
Now, Axar's been coming in quite early, hasn't he? Is he going to come in now?
But Tristan Stubbs has
Tristan
come in.
Stubbs is going to come in. Well, that makes more sense.
Stubbs and then Perel, surely we would think, wouldn't we?
They
As
have
your,
put
your
a-
nominated thumper.
They have put Axar in at 5 or 6 once already this season, and they've done it before. Right, well, this is Tristan Stubbs. What's this going to be?
Stubbs to cheer Tristan parade. He offers more for what he's paid. He can bat, bowl, and even keep. It's time that Stubbs he made the lead.
Our jingler there gone with substitute by The Who. He could have gone with substitute by Clout, because they were South African.
They were.
One hit wonder from the 70s.
I
That's
can
the
remember
one.
it.
Yep.
Well, you got it from that, or was that just to stop me singing anymore?
Both.
Yeah. I remember the song pretty well, though.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, both versions of the Who's as well.
That's another length ball from Sandeep. Not Sandeep, sorry, Avesh. And he rather gets in the way of the throw, but he manages to dodge out of it, and Stubbs is off with a single. 98 for 3. So, yeah, it's a pivotal moment for Stubbs, Ryan. He's never really established himself yet.
In the IPL.
Yeah.
He was with the Mumbai Indians for the last 2 seasons.
Yep.
Hasn't got any opportunities, much opportunities. He played, I think, only 4 or 5 matches for Mumbai.
Well, it's an opportunity for him with a new team.
Yeah.
A lot of changes at Mumbai.
He has a great SA20
Yep.
with Sunrisers, Eastern Cape.
That's pitched up and it's well driven, but it's straight to cover and there'll be no run. Pant, 24 of 21. Now Warner is out. You'd think he would have to step up a little bit.
That wicket has careered the win probability heavily in the Royals' favour. They're now at 71% to 29.
Well, it's quite a strange shot from Warner because it's a full ball, but he's moved his front foot right off to the leg side, so his front foot is miles away from the ball. I know you can do that sometimes when you guide it down. Pants just dropped his bat on that one. Avesh, I think, has taken a couple of lessons from Sandeep and is just sort of slowing down and digging it into the pitch.
So you said Rishabh Pant needs to take a pivotal role. So he was the highest scorer when DC chased down 193 in Savai Mansingh Stadium in 2019.
Yep. Of course, a lot's happened to Rishabh Pant since then.
Yeah, the catalogue of his injuries is horrific to read, and the skin grafts and the like.
Yep. Well, he's back doing what he loves best now. Oh, that's cut Stubbs in half from Avesh, who's varying his pace quite nicely. That one was quicker, and it went whistled between bat and thigh pad. No run, 99 for 3 off 12, and that run rate is inching up towards 11.
That was almost an off-cutter. Leah says, I'm pretty sure I could have made more money with chess than my German language cricket podcast. Presumably that's a reference to Yuzvendra Chahal in some capacity. You never know. I guess you still make money from chess, don't you?
Streaming. If you want to make it from actual prize money, you've got to be like top 20 or 30 in the world.
I only remember sort of the days of, I couldn't tell you who's a great, Nigel Short.
Nigel Short,
I remember him, and I go back to Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But other than that, that's probably as much as I can tell you about chess players.
It's probably the most famous World Championship game.
Absolutely.
Up there with Kasparov and Karpov.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Kasparov and Karpov. I do remember those.
But I was saying earlier on, our Indian listeners, if they are fans of chess, will know there are 3 Indian players in the candidates this year. That one's flashed away by Pant down to third man. Just be the single. Do you play any chess, Ryan?
No.
No? It's quite popular in India now.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of good young players.
Yeah, Gukesh, Guhan, a lot of young players from Chennai.
Yep, Gukesh and Pragnananda
yeah.
are the younger guys in the candidates, and Vidit, who's a bit older.
What happens in the Tata New box then? They just look like they've been sent in there because they've been misplaced. Is it like a sort of a sin bin?
No,
or is it actually some kind of pleasure dome?
Yes, the opposite of that, where they get fed lobsters and things.
Oh,
probably.
Not fed to lobsters.
Well, it depends really. Sandeep is in, hoping not to get fed to the lobsters. He's outside off stump. It's nicely driven, but deep cover is there, just be a single.
No, it's like the batsmen know where he's going to bowl. They just distant steps move towards outside and drive towards the cover.
Yep, it's picking up the pace of Sandeep. He's mixing it up quite nicely. I think they are going to get fed to the lobsters because they're in trouble for opening the door and reflecting when the bowler's coming in. Here comes Sandeep to the left-handed Pant. It's in the air, but it's going to be 1-2 bounces down to third man. Just be another single. Haven't had a boundary for a while.
Of course, you would know when the largest run chase on this ground was made, which was, I think, 2019.
Remind me.
It was the Delhi Capitals who hunted down 193 for 4. Top scorer for the Delhi Capitals on that day?
Rishabh Pant. I think we've
Pant,
already mentioned
78 not out.
Yep. Sandeep's coming to Stubbs. Stubbs steps across. Sandeep bowls it away from off stump, and it's driven again out to the sweeper. Just be another single.
Off just 36, so he's going to have to accelerate a wee bit to get to that.
Yeah, a lot.
I think Shikhar Dhawan and Prithvi Shaw also made a few. Shikhar Dhawan got a 50 on that occasion.
Hard to keep track of all the players coming and going off the Rajasthan field. You've got Joss Butler who's currently on the sidelines talking to Kumar Sangakkara.
Was it the Royals who also had to spend some time out of the league, or am I confusing that with
no,
the Sun? That was the Sunrisers,
correct.
was it?
No, it was the Royals
yeah.
and the Chennai Super Kings both got 2 years out on the naughty step. That's a wide. Yes, it is. And then they replaced them with 2 franchises, and of course most of the players just go to the new franchises. And then they brought the 2 teams back in a roundabout way of getting up to 10, which gives you extra games and brings more money in. I'm not sure it's helped the quality of the competition.
You think resource is just too stretched?
Yeah, a little bit.
We haven't. I'm disappointed we haven't used our generic IPL player jingle yet.
I'm sure we'll get there.
It's going to be a long tournament, but we do have one.
I think they've used generic IPL jingle.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, they are good. I'm glad we've used it at least once.
For Abhishek Poral.
Oh, right, okay.
Pant with the sweep, but he gets it out to deep mid-wicket, and it'll again only be a single. I'd like to know how many balls since a boundary, because it's been a few. I don't think I've had one since I sat in the jingle seat.
Yeah.
Oh, we had one. Warner shoveled one round to square leg just before he was out.
Yeah.
Just before I dismissed him. $105 for 3, 81 needed off 43. Here comes Sandeep to finish the over, and Stubbs just walks down the wicket a little bit, and he ends up practically next to his mate because he'd already started walking. Went straight to cover. Cover fumbled it. They could have taken a run, but his partner was on his heels. So they didn't get one. It's 105 for 3. Sandeep 2 overs, none for 10. Those are bonus overs for Rajasthan. They'd have been looking for the spinners to slow it down, but Sandeep's done it. Anything on socials, Tony?
Yeah, well, Bear was being reminded it was Bianca, but we knew that when we were having the EastEnders conversation. No, other than that, that's pretty much where we were. Perhaps this game not gripping people. It's looking like it really should still go the way of the Royals.
Yep, I think that Warner wicket turned it round, but Stubbs has got a big part to play. They've also got Parag to come in, who scored 30 off 8 in the last game.
Were they to hunt it down and Pant, the man to lead the charge, then that would certainly be the story of possibly...
Absolutely.
To me, almost a bigger story than the run fest of yesterday, but others may not see it that way, but I think that would be something if that was to happen.
Sure, yeah. Well, that run rate is
ball.
ticking up towards 2 a ball, and once it gets up there, you haven't got much room for subtlety. 81 of 42 needed for Delhi.
Chahal comes into ball, left-hander in the crease.
Yep.
Will we expect a boundary in this over? A boundary or two in this
I
over?
think it's about time for Pant to try to cut loose. He's on 28 off 25. Oh, he's out. He's out as well.
Oh.
It wasn't a great ball. It was a shorter ball outside off stump. Pant had a swish at it, possibly thinking he needed a boundary, and evidently no one was in any doubt. The umpire's finger went straight off, straight up. Pant walked straight off, and that is the end of him.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Going to be very difficult from here, Ryan.
Very difficult. I think he hasn't bowled a single leg break to the left-hand batters until now. Was he bowled a leg break to the left-handed batters? Iswinder Chahal?
I wasn't paying that much attention. I think, well, Pant is angry. He whacks his bat but he very sensibly whacks it against some canvas rather than a window or a wall. Apparently when I was a child, there was a thing where kids would bang their heads against the wall when they were frustrated. But apparently I would get a cushion and put the cushion against the wall and then bang my head against the cushion, and then the doctor said to my mother, yeah, you've got a smart one there.
I think from here it's like a mountain to climb for the Delhi Capitals.
Well, they have sent Parag in. He was the hero in the last game, even though it wasn't in a winning cause. Oh, this is possibly I might have to play generic IPL jingle now. Where is that? Because he's not in there, and he's not there. So where does that live, Tony?
You'd have to ask the Bear. He said it's in one of the team ones, and he might have mentioned something about the top right-hand corner.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Generic IPL guy! IPL guy! Does he bowl? Does he bat? Is he a keeper in a hat? No! Generic IPL guy!
I wanted to give that its full reign. He had one ball which he chopped out to cover for no run. Right on the bottom of the bat. Right on the bottom of Rishabh Pant's bat, that edge. And Chahal doing the same thing again, just pushing it across the left-hander. He's not really trying to spin those at all, I don't think. And Parag has had another flash at it.
Abhishek Poral was kept wickets for DC last year in the absence of Rishabh Pant.
Yep.
I'll tell you in a moment.
And he's down the track, and Chahal tried to push it past him. He did get a bat on it, out to cover dives. They pick up a single.
Yeah, I was just looking back at that 2019 game. They made 72, I think, in the power play without loss. And what was it, 150 odd for 72 for the first wicket. They were 59 without loss in the power play, which is not that dissimilar, because they were 59 in the power play here, but for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yep, I mean, Delhi certainly had the battle of the power plays won in this game, but it's about 20 overs, not just 6.
Yeah. They don't have much of a batters in the back end to score.
Nope, they might be quite reliant on these 2. Stubbs is 3 off 5 and Perel 1 off 3, so they've got a lot to do. That one is clipped up to long on. They were such an easy single, they actually trying to look for 2, but it wasn't on, just the one.
I mean, Perel needs to have the impact he's been put in to do. What's his strike rate? About 160 odd
in the last match. RR don't care about leaking singles right now.
Not at all. No. I mean, even a 2 is a bit of a draw, because they need 2 a ball. And Chahal has been going at a runner ball so far, 1 for 11 off 11 balls. Comes in to complete the over, pushes it across the left-hander again, drives it up to long off for another single, maybe 2. They might think about it. Butler's back on the field, and they do get 2.
Chahal didn't bound a single leg break in this over.
Didn't look like it, no. Tony, anything on the socials?
No, not at the moment. So I was looking up some information about Rian Perel. He made quite a few runs in the Vijay Hazare Trophy this year, back in December. Tell you that.
Oh.
Only played 4 in last year's IPL, and he averaged 8 with a highest score of 20. So they've clearly seen something in him. He wasn't showing
he did
in the last IPL.
He got a quick 30 in the first game, very quick 30, off 8 or 10 balls, I think.
He smashed.
Versus Punjab Kings, 32 not out.
Right, well, Sandeep has been a real bonus for Rajasthan in this innings, as he was in the previous game. Because they kind of picked him up as a sort of afterthought squad player, but he's done well so far.
Ravi Ashwin had a chat with the skipper.
He did, yep.
He might want over, but I think Sanju Samson might told him that he will bowl in the end.
Yep, which would be a challenge for Ashwin if the game's still on. Yep, Stubbs steps across, Sandeep follows him, and even though Stubbs went across, I would think that would be a wide.
That surely is a wide, yeah.
It is, yeah.
Just because he followed it, he didn't get anything on it.
He followed it and he went very wide, a bit too wide.
Sandeep Sharma has a good Yorker in his bag, but I don't know why he didn't bowl until it.
Someone on TV who's paid a lot more than me has just evidently said the exact same thing I said, that Warner's front foot went to leg side when he was trying to play a cover drive.
Ah, well, there you go.
And we've got a slip back in, and that is I think that would have been wide as well, outside the blue line, but Stubbs decides he'd rather have 4. Good decision, he clubs that past cover for 4.
2 + 2 is on man.
And he's really going to have to get this done, Stubbs. You can see him standing very far back in the crease.
Sandeep Sharma is predictable at this moment. He bowled a lot of slower ones outside off. Batsmen just try to move across the stumps and hit them.
You can see Stubbs trying to deal with the lack of pace by either walking down the track or sitting deep in his crease. He's sitting deep again. He goes even deeper. And again, he punches that one out to deep cover, but they've changed the field and cover's sweeping now, so that'll just be a single. The end of this over, Tony, Messi and the Bear will take you through to the close. And hopefully it won't end up as being a complete Bear game. Delhi will make a bit of a fight of it. Maybe these 2 batsmen can at least threaten to score these
The thing
runs.
is, it was all so much of it was about a latter stage acceleration for the Royals.
Yes.
Have the Capitals got that in them?
That's just dabbed down to 3rd man, but they were never going to get more than a single for that, he says, as they come back for 2, only because they misfielded. One fielder pushed it away from the other. But they certainly weren't going to get a boundary for that one, and they need some boundaries pretty quickly. 69 off 33.
Yeah, well, don't forget, was it 154 they got off 14 overs, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then 25 off that last over. was all of them, of course, to Ryan Parag, who's really been the difference and surely is nailed on for, if it's a win, as we expect it will be man of the match.
The quicker it came, the quicker it went when Nortier was bowling that last over. Now, and again, they can only drop it down to deep backward point for a single, and
Sandeep
I
Sharma
think you really need the batsman to open their shoulders here, I think.
I mean, he was looking, rusty. He's had a lot of injury, hasn't he? He had quite a break before he played in the South African Challenge.
He spent all that time growing his moustache.
Oh, he's to look like General Melchett, yes.
Yes.
He's mad.
I mean, surprisingly, Delhi are still 14 runs ahead of Rajasthan at this point.
But that was that latter stage.
Yes.
Have they got those big last couple of overs in them?
Yeah, short ball from Sandeep. And again, Stubbs can just clump it out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
The answer is, I think, yes for these two, Ryan.
No, but
if they lose one of these two, then what?
No, Rajasthan had a set batter in the crease at that time.
Yeah.
But now they have 2 new batters for DC, so it's hard for them to score.
Been a miserable couple of days for South African bowlers. I mean, Nortje got absolutely pummeled for 48 here, and then it was 60 something, wasn't it, yesterday for Kwena Mafeera?
Well, Berger's got a couple of wickets today, so he's pulling his weight.
He's putting it back for him a bit.
Again, just dabs that one down to third man. It'll only be 1. They're going to have to do more than that these last 5 overs, so I will leave you for the guys to take you home from here.
You can certainly do that. Thank you to Ryan. A very assured debut. Knows more than us. You can come again. Very handy indeed. I am there. I am indeed. You can concentrate on your bingo. How are we doing? Have we had any full houses? 2 fat ladies by any chance at any point?
We could get
2
a
ducks in
line.
a pond. Are you offering me something, or are you? Oh, right, I'm with you. Sorry.
We need.
I'm claiming a victory. When the first innings finished, Jack asked for predictions, and I said Marsh would make 24 off 10, which he was pretty close to. Warner would make 40 off 30, which he was not far off. That Pat would make a few runs, and then they'd fall in the heap and get nowhere near it.
Well, I can tell you, win
that's what's gonna
probability now has the Delhi Capitals at about 12.5%, 87.5% to the Royals.
They need
over 13 and over, isn't it?
They need 2 very large overs, don't they?
Well, it's the wily Chahal who throws this wide of the off stump of Parel, and although he throws the bat at it, he can only send it down towards long off.
He's an impact player.
Well, he needs to have an impact then. I mean, he had one in the first game for sure. With that, whatever it was, 32, I think, not out in fairly rapid order, that got them over the line in that one. What can he do today? He's got 2 more there. He's moved on to 9. 122 for 4. 64 off 29 balls is what is required for the Delhi Capitals. And if you listen to Jack earlier, and indeed, or any of the lads' podcast, the concern for the Capitals is punch power down the order. So a lot is resting on these two, and they're not really going anywhere at any great speed at the moment. That was straight to cover, no run.
Yeah, exactly that. Parel can hit a long ball, and Tristan Stubbs when he gets going can be very destructive in the sort of Klassen mould, I think.
One wicket though is what the Royals will be saying. Here is the chess master. We're having another chess conversation here. Down the track comes Parel. I don't think he's got all of that. He hasn't.
That's it.
It has gone straight down the throat of long off. We said 1 wicket would probably be terminal as far as the Capitals were concerned. They have lost it. It is Parel. The left-hander has holed out to long off.
You know what? I think we got a line in the fucking bingo.
Oh.
Because if I'm correct in my thinking, as I'm not quite sure what these bloody symbols mean, and
Another one bites the dust.
I will be making a suggestion.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
If you press on one of these fucking symbols, it should tell you exactly what it actually means. Because I believe this one means someone out between 6 and 9, inclusive. In which case, we've got a line.
Fabulous radio.
I know, it's fabulous, isn't it?
I think what we probably need to do is there any way you can
capture this screen?
Capture it so we can see live what's happening. Then you could be talking.
I can ask them.
And he's gone. He's got his coat on. He's got his woolly hat on, and he's gone out into the. Oh, he's coming back. Oh, right. And then go. Now I'm really confused.
What the fuck's going on?
Oh, we don't.
I've got no idea what's going on there.
Now the thing is, we weren't first to get a line, so I don't know if you know if we win any money. I presume we don't actually.
Oh dear God.
Right.
So I'm presuming we're on what is called a strategic ad break.
No, he is going.
Now he is going. He's off. There must be a way I can get this up as a visual.
Leah says none of the new franchises are as bad as the Pune Warriors India were, who regularly gave Ashok Dinda a go and signed all the time T20 greats like Michael Clark, who has a lower career average and strike rate than Pujara in T20s. Yeah, well, they were learning times, let's put it like that. Farong says, well, the pendulum swings back towards the home team. If the Rajasthan Royals get up, it will be 9 out of 9 for home teams. That's crazy,
yeah, that is quite an interesting stat for sure. Is that suggest that tracks are slightly prepared for the strengths of those home teams, or is it just a coincidence? I mean, we get the danger is you get too excited too early on IPL stats. I remember one year it was every single game was won by the chasing team pretty much, and we thought this is ridiculous.
Well, some years you get it's really dewy, isn't it? The dew takes a massive effect, and therefore blah blah blah.
And Delhi, Mumbai, and Lucknow haven't had a home game yet either. So I think wait a little longer.
Parag, of course, is another wicketkeeper, isn't he? He was signed originally as Pant's replacement. They trialled a whole load of uncapped wicketkeepers, and he was the one who sort of emerged as their selection.
Yep. I do think that Rajasthan have bowled quite intelligently in the last 5 or 6 overs. They've bowled into the wicket a lot more. So there's not length there to hit, but they're not so short as to be able to be whacked either.
Well, it's the end of the...
So I think they're being quite clever with that.
Chahal had a strategic timeout midway through his third over, and he now bowls it to his fellow international spinner Axar Patel, who is off the mark with a couple slashed out towards cover.
You can't see Axar getting this kind of runs. I can see Tristan Stubbs.
Yeah, Stubbs is
Axar's
going to
not
need
bad, but he's not that player, really.
Axar's got a top score of 70 in T20.
Comes Chahal. Axar waits, guides it to deep backward point. He's jog another single. We're reaching the territory though where jogged singles are as much use as a chocolate teapot, really, aren't they? They need to go big. That's what Perel was trying to do. Unfortunately, he just went straight down, long off straight throat, and looked very fed up with himself when he did it. Oh, that's an interesting question. Who's the most lethal combination for spin, Chahal and Ashwin, or Kuldeep and Axar? That one's fuller by Chahal, driven straight to a fairly deep set mid-off, and again they will just take a single.
I think I'd rather have Chahal and Ashwin.
Yeah, Chahal's really been a gem for the IPL teams over the last 2 years.
Yeah, he's good. He's
three,
a solid
four,
T20 bowler.
6 off the over and a wicket. Only 11 off his 2. I mean, that's doing your job by any stretch of the imagination, I would say.
Indeed. Not a lot going on socials, I must say.
No, we're not exciting people. We need to do more. We need more bingo, maybe, Bear.
We need more bingo.
No.
Well, we need what you need is more people who give a shit about the IPL.
Well, there's plenty out there.
Yeah, but they don't listen to our listeners aren't huge IPL fans, I wouldn't say.
So there have been 311 runs scored so far. The GPL cuts in at 333.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Ashwin, slightly shorter, pulled by Stubbs out to deep mid wicket where it is fielded, and they should run 2.
I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? They've got to
Trent
learn.
Bolt it was.
They've got to be able to score off the spinners. Ashwin's still got 2 left, and Chahal's got 1 left.
Conspicuously is where they're struggling, isn't it, Bear, at the moment?
Yeah, well, and this is what I was saying about spinners
In
at the end.
wheels are Ashwin. That's slightly shorter. That's pulled again, but again, it's not middled. It's just bumbled its way to Trent Bolt, who is riding that mid-wicket boundary and will just be a single this time.
That was my point earlier, really, about, having pace. Everyone goes back to pace at the end of a T20 innings, but the thing about pace is everyone's trying to give it a smear, right? And even if you're not in and you're trying to smear it, you get an edge. It can quite happily fly for 4, can't it? Whereas with a spinner, it's so much less likely to do that.
So it's looking increasingly like it's going to be 2 from 2 from the Royals and 2 from 2 in not quite such a good way for the Delhi Capitals. I.e. they will have lost 2 and the Royals will have won 2. That was wide of the off stump. Thudded into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah.
This one is pulled from outside of off, drops short of deep mid wicket, and they will take a single. Oh, it's given as a wide. How was that a wide?
No, it was given as a 1. Well,
the previous ball was given as a wide.
Because it was very wide.
Ah, was it? I didn't think it was that wide.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be that wide.
Well, it was a pensive looking Ricky Ponting. Probably thinking how can he drum
wine.
up some more wine sales
Yeah,
for his Delhi airport
That's
store. That's gone up high. It should be
Oh,
taken. It's
that's
not. It's
shit.
been horribly judged under the lights.
That's Trent Bolt.
It was Trent Bolt. His lips were puckered. His hands, unfortunately, were not as tight as his lips. And
Trent Bolt's arms are really short.
Trent Bolt's arms are pretty short. Well, I don't think they're short. Unfortunately, the rest of his body just didn't seem to get him in the right place, and he ended up having to. He just misjudged it. It was horrible. That's launched high again. That probably is far enough, I think, from Axel Patel. It doesn't matter how high he dives. So it was Stubbsy. Stubbsy, who's not related to Ray Stubbs or the famous English painter.
Got one of these. God, I've had 168 sixes already. It's only the 9th game, isn't it?
Absolutely leathered high and handsome over.
Well, there were 37 yesterday.
That's outrageous.
Was it Stubbs the painter who used to do horses, Messrs?
I know.
Wasn't he famous for painting horses?
I know you shouldn't ask me, Tony.
I think he did animals. I think he.
Well, then horses, yes.
Did some horses and cows.
I didn't know he did cows as well. I thought he was very famous for horses, though. The painter Stubbs, who again is not Tristan Stubbs. Ashwin, he won't like that. He's launched again, though, by Stubbs. It's the same result. That's a monster. That's even further. I think the last one was 80 metres. I reckon that's a good 85 there.
They'll tell us shortly.
Well, what do you say? Where's your money? Where's your money? 85. I've got 85.
Yeah, 87.
Oh, all right. Who's nearer? Who's nearer? 85 or 87? I think that possibly 91. The bear is nearer.
Nearest the pin.
Nearest the pin. Not near enough, though.
No.
That was still a fair putt you've left yourself from your 87 to 91.
Good 12 feet.
145 for 5. 3 overs left means 41 off 18 needed. It's a long shot, but
that wasn't a bad over. What was it? 18, 19 off that over?
Was indeed a very decent over. And Tristan Stubbs is doing what he's done there. It's supposed to be put there to do.
Well, and if they lose now, then they'll be blaming Trent Bolt for not catching that. What should have been caught.
Messers, it's chortling. I always take this as a good sign that all is well with the world.
I always like to live in the present, you know that, Tony. Stephen Kelk says, I find the empty chair and the disembodied voice of Messi more interesting than the cricket. Pirate Badger says, well, next Thursday's match involves the Gujarat Titans. If they can be bothered to play Josh Little, I might feign interest. And Graham Caldwell says, Trent Bolt had a shocker so far.
Well, there's 4 more, because that is beautifully guided down to a vacant third man area by Axar. Keeps those runs a coming.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I played that beautifully, Bear.
He did.
Deft as
dragging
you
them
like.
back in it. That's that
Deft
23
as
runs
you
and
like.
about 6-7 balls.
I got to say, I strongly disagree with Graham Caldwell. He says Bolt bowled poorly. I thought he bowled pretty well, especially the first over. It was really important.
He was instrumental in winning their first game. Was Trenty?
That's now doable.
Yeah.
What's that?
Took 2 wickets, I think, in that.
Ooh, that should be a
one's
wide.
Probably a wide.
Wow,
No.
I think that's that seems a bit harsh. It's usually
Umpire
given as a wide.
Kishore, who's from Madhya Pradesh somewhere.
On the go 4s. What
On the go
6s?
4s. What does that mean?
Well, it's whoever on the go are probably sponsoring 4s.
How many 4s someone's hit in
Oh.
the game? Who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just there's somebody in the stats department who comes up with all sorts of stats that nobody cares.
Oh, that is an absolute shocker of a delivery. Axar had shaped to move across his stumps towards off. Axar decided then that the best solution would be to push that. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Whoever the bowler is decided to push it wide, and it
Good
was a
take by
shocker.
Sampson, to be fair.
Sampson did do pretty well, but it was wide. I have to say,
It's just quite even now.
Kumar
36 or
Sangakkara
16.
is not looking quite like it's nailed on. That's pretty much your tour ball bear. That one's slashed by Axel, but straight to short cover. They will take a single though. The throws come in, the stumps are hit. The review will be had.
Well, did he
Umpire
hit the,
Kishore.
I don't think he hit the stumps with a ball though, did he? I thought the
Well, Virender Sharma is the TV umpire. He's going to have a look and see what he sees. 150, of course, he's up. 150 for 5.
I thought he took.
We'll have a look.
Oh, maybe
the
he
throw comes in. I think
Ball
he's
hit the
safely
stumps,
home.
Oh, right.
It was
okay.
deflected onto the stumps, I think, by the nearest of fingertips.
But,
He was
clearly-
comfortably home. Just an excuse to use the new multi-cameraed review system that's supposed to speed things up. Fuck all sign of it, to be honest.
3 times.
Gotta be.
Fair to say that you're right there, Tony. It does seem to be no quicker than it was before.
151 for 5. Stubbs is doing his job though. Not painting horses or commentating on football, but slapping big boundaries. And he's not going badly at it too. In fact, that deflection onto the stump seemed almost inadvertent because he looked utterly surprised when he'd done it. But there we go.
bit.
We shall see. Sanju Sampson's looking a little thoughtful, stroking his nose with his wicket-keeper's glove, which is never easy. And this over is going to continue. There's 3 balls of it left. There's a wide third slip. That was a funny shot from Stubbs. I think he was starting to think about a reverse ramp over. Well, I guess it's over slip. It's really more of a short third man. In the end, it just went along the ground to backward point, and he does get a single. And they move on to 152 for 5.
Who have they got left to bowl? Chahal got 1. Arash Khan will have 1 after that. Everyone's got 1 basically. Bolt, Berger, Ashwin.
You'd
So
think possibly Berger, although
well,
keep with your pace-off options would be my advice.
Well, exactly. That's what I'd be tempted as well.
That one's driven, but there is a man at long off, and it will only get a single. It was a fairly solid shot for just 1 run, and thereby lies the Capitals' problem right now. The electric striker of the match, Punchy V's electric. Okay, so that's obviously an electric car, the Punch. Tristan Stubbs, 181. Messrs Chuttles and Chortles.
Well, they've got Mitchell Marsh at the top of the list, but they show a picture of Tristan Stubbs. I suppose because he's in it.
Because he's in this game, yeah, and he's in.
And they were highlighting him on the list.
Other than that,
other than that,
it
you're
was,
right.
it was daft. Where's this go? That's wide of off stump, slapped straight to cover. Trent Bolt dives, fields. Not Trent Bolt, somebody else, but nonetheless.
Problem is that Axar Patel. I mean, Stubbs. Okay, he's had that
18
good
complete.
over. He's hit off 30 off 17, which is not a bad strike rate. But Axar Patel, at 10 off 7, when you've only got 12 balls left, is not
Well,
getting you there,
you've
is
now
it?
got 2 overs to score 32 runs, assuming obviously 12 balls, assuming there's no balls, wides, or other infringements. That must be what What's that? 12 into 32?
16.
16 and over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nanchikit says tomorrow's game will be the one to watch. Kohli versus Gambia. Yeah, it should be a ripper tomorrow. RCB going to be good to watch. In every game, I
can't remember if we cover RCB. When I look at our Thursdays, Anrik Norkia, or General Melchett, as we like to call him, is sat with his pads on. He is probably next in line with 5 down, isn't he? I wonder if he's thinking, let me at it, or if he's thinking, oh God, I hope these two do it. Could be either. 19th over is beginning. That's flamingoed by Stubbs. Has he got enough of it? He has. It's wide of the man at long on. I think on the bounce.
No.
Oh no, did it go the full travel the distance? Yes, it did. So. 160 for 5. It's another late order acceleration, but it'll have to go some because to get that 25 that the Royals managed, courtesy of Rayan Parag, who absolutely teed off in that last over off Norkia.
See, Sapper batsmen always like pace on the ball as well.
Yeah, well, again, what do we know, Bear? I mean, I know you're a spinner. Just to me,
I've watched enough cricket to know,
To me, the spin options feel the better option. This is wide and slapped past extra cover. It's gone for 4 more. Tristan Stubbs is doing his work, and he's doing it very effectively.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I reckon they'll get very close, but they'll just fall short.
It's just too wide from Sandeep. And
I'll tell you what, if he gets another 6 in this over, in the next 2 balls...
Well, that's 10 off 2.
Exactly. They're going to start
that's
shitting
16.
it.
That 16 comes... an over starts to tumble down. 22 is needed off 10. So we're
Bear in mind
just
that
marginally over 2able.
Bolt will probably bowl the last over, and he's very good there.
The film director.
Go for 20 and over.
This one. I'm trying to see through a vape smoke cloud, but that will be 1 more to the score because it went straight to long off. Ricky has his sunglasses on the back of his head. I wonder if he's got an earpiece in direct from Ponting Wine's installation at Delhi Airport. Okay, we just sold another 3 bottles, Ricky. 165 for 5, 21 off 9 is what the equation now looks like. Axar Patel is going to be facing Sandeep, but Sandeep's moving. Let me see, whom is he moving? He looks to be moving the man at deep backward square just a little bit squarer. Actually, it's a left-hander, isn't it? So he's moving the man at deep backward point a little bit squarer.
So he's going to bowl it short and wide.
So short and wide and outside off, you would probably think. Well, let's see if he performs. That's, well, it's fuller, it's outside off, and it's fuller, and it's thumped down to long on, but not really meatily enough with the connection was Axar, and will only be another single.
Should have been caught as well, shouldn't he?
Oh yeah, well that's that was Trenty who just got it all wrong under the Jaipur lights.
Yeah, so I don't think they'll go to spin for the last over.
You go for Trent Bolt, wouldn't you?
You'd go for Trent Bolt, probably, wouldn't you?
Bolty. Well,
not Andre Berger, certainly. Too quick. Couple of edges.
Berger too quick. Well, do you think they might just have a look at Norkia's horror show and think, do we really want to go with pace?
Well, no, but I mean that's extreme pace, isn't it? I think.
Bolty's not extreme pace.
Isn't extreme pace.
I think Bolt's much smarter as well. I think.
Well, this one's wide of off stump on the full. Stubbs sort of toe ends it away backward of square. They'll take a single. There's 1 ball left. 167 for 5. That means 19 are needed from the final 7. If they get to 3, then they'll be up with the run rate at least where they started if they get 3 more, won't they?
Yep.
If you just look at the last 2 overs as a sort of a microcosm of the game. Very much the sharp end. I think losing Pant, that was a big blow. Losing Perel, that was also a big blow. Axar's proving, sadly, that whilst he can leather a good ball, not probably consistently enough. He ducks almost and just guides this down to deep backward point. We'll come back for 2. 17 is then what is going to be required off the final over. 19 are complete. It's 169 for 5. Tristan Stubbs 42, Axar Patel on 13. 17 needed from 6. Messers.
We need to watch the GPL. There are 3 entries still in play.
Oh, which ones are in play then? Let us know.
363, 370 and 373.
And how far are we off each? What are the required scores needed?
I think we're up to 352 at the moment, something like that.
So are you able to give us what final score is needed?
We're on 350. What?
For a winner. That's the key equation.
We're on 355 at the moment. Oh no, because that's the target. 354. Yeah.
So how many runs would DC need to finish on?
So 9 or that's 370. 9, 16
Avesh Khan
or
it is, by the
19.
way, who's going to bowl the last over. He's in and delivered the first ball. It was full. It was looking to York. Stubbs, and all Stubbs can do is work it out towards extra cover and just take a single. And he looks disappointed. And
8 more. 178
well,
will get us one of those scores, isn't it?
I think 178's the only one they're going to.
So 178 is the one to watch for, is it? Okay, that's the one in play. 16 needed off 5.
181. 11 runs off 5 balls as possible.
Okay, let's have a look. What have we got? We got 2 men deep on the leg side. And they're slanted across Axar. That was a terrific ball. Thumps into the gloves of Sampson. It's a dot ball, and dot balls bear in this stage of the game are worth
this is it.
their weight
Patel isn't
in rupees.
He's not a big finisher, is he? I mean, he's not going to slap you out of the ground.
No, Stubbs. I mean, we're almost at the point of possibly thinking, should Stubbs have taken the single? Should he have just stayed there and they would have more of a chance with him perhaps than Axar Patel, who's got 13 off 10. Stubbs 43 off 22. 16. They need a 4 off every ball. Would do it. That's driven, but it's not going to be driven far enough. It's only 1 more.
2 6s and a 4.
So 15 off
3
3. Still in play. 3 60s or 2 6s and a 4, as the bear rightly says. 2 6s and a 4
really wants
would
is
do
a
it.
3 from this ball, isn't it, Bear? 3 off the 4th ball of an over, isn't that what you want?
7 more would mean a GPL winner, though, right?
I need 2 3s in this over. A leg by.
Yes.
So who's in to win, or is that you, Messers?
That'd be me.
Oh,
I don't know who's on the 370.
It's Ian H. Is that our old Ian H?
Well, Sanju Sampson and Joss Butler are deep in conversation. What have they cooked up, I wonder? The cameraman, meanwhile, combs the crowd for more attractive looking Indian ladies. And that one is worked towards square leg. And again, there is just a single. And that, with now 14 needed off 2, means someone's going to have to... They need snookers, don't they?
They need snookers.
They
need
need
a no
snookers.
ball or a couple of wides and 2 6s.
The Royals fans are celebrating already yet another home win. And they're probably right to, but in theory something could still just go wrong, but it's highly unlikely.
Tristan Stubbs has not done himself any harm?
No, he hasn't. In comes Avesh Khan. It's full, it's wide, it's beaten the bat, it's through to the keeper, it's a dot ball.
Well, 6 gets you to GPL.
And I think we can say that bar Messi's GPL entry, it's pretty much good night Vienna to this game, because they ain't going to get 14 off 1 ball. 2 wins out of 2 then for the Rajasthan Royals. A cracking start, albeit both at home for them. 2 defeats for the Delhi Capitals means that our Ricky is going to have a bit of thinking to do. There's this one. It's full. It's whipped off his toes. It's going to be whipped out to deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single, and that will bring an end to proceedings. Happy Rajasthan Royals, the pink town of Jaipur. They'll be dancing in its streets in amongst the pinkness tonight. They've won by 12 runs. Messrs hasn't won the GPL. That money stays in the pot. The Bear will be happy as he sits in his counting house rubbing his hands by his tallow candle.
Dear. Varung's checked for you. We will be covering 3 Virat Cam matches.
Oh, excellent. Thank goodness for that. Because I believe you possibly can get sued by the BCI if you don't show appropriate deference to the great man himself.
Holiness. He also says batting second and winning streak would have been when we were in the UAE. And he's just listening to the Bear. Is he playing Cronje Bingo? Bowler wide first ball. 4 off the 4th ball. No ball now.
Cronje Bingo.
It does sound a bit like that.
Well done to the Royals. Fabulous win for them. They've won by 12 runs. It was close-ish up until the last over, which was, I have to say, Bear, expertly bowled. And we should probably apologise for saying spin, 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 because Avesh Khan did a really nice job.
Well, no, I do think if you know, the last over, maybe not, just because exactly that spinners go downtown in desperation. A lot of people can hit it across the line, swing in the arc, get the ball wrong, and it goes. You know, the problem with pace is obviously swing in the arc, miss it, get an edge, and it flies. It's exactly that. It's
1 for 25 is what Avesh Khan ended up off his 3. 1 for 29 for Avesh Khan. 1 for 29 rather for Avesh Khan. None for 36 for Sandeep Sharma. Let's look at those other bowling figures for the Rajasthan Royals. Trent Bolt, none for 29. Nandre Berger did get himself 2 wickets. Fast food, fast bowler, 2 for 29. R. Ashwin, none for 30, not his best day out. And Yuzvendra Chahal, an excellent day out, 2 for 19 off 3. And he genuinely did bowl superbly. Pick of the batsman, well, Tristan Stubbs from the Capitals' perspective, I suppose. Warner, 49 off 34, did okay. But he fell to Avesh Khan, caught by Sandeep Sharma. Tristan Stubbs was not out at the end with his 44 off 23. Axar Patel just didn't have the horsepower to support him and see them over the line though. And undoubtedly, surely, man of the match, if it hasn't been announced, it has to be Rian Parag, who's absolutely crunching 84 off 45, 25 of which came off the final over. Really was the difference.
Yeah, it was the difference. Really,
and to me, that's what a man of the match should do. They play the decisive role, and that was the decisive role. With which we shall see you next Thursday. I have to be careful, but that's what we're going to be doing. Messers, any final messages?
Just a thank you from Leah.
Thank you.
I think everybody else.
You're welcome is the answer.
Gone to bed. Left.
Gone to bed. Yeah.
Well, it's been our first run
with us.
Yes,
we're delighted to have done it. It's been good fun. We had fun. We had plenty of messy chortling. But for now, we shall love you and leave you. We've got a very interesting couple of Bishop and Bears coming up. Bear, I don't know if you've noticed that. Some interesting guests coming up. But we'll tell you about those next time. For now, from me, the Bear, from Messers, from Ryan, from Andy, who captained the show but then had to cut an early, couldn't see it through. I've missed someone. Oh, Jack.
Good to have Jack in
from
again.
Jack, and somewhere in the green room, even Hendo, who's chilling out and just taking life easy. Good for him. And we hope you do the same. And we shall see you next Thursday.
Indeed. Until then, goodbye.
Okay, thanks. Bye bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa.
States patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.